Alright, so hello everyone and welcome to this Twitch stream. Tonight we'll be having a really cool new guest and it's Kim. And I'll just do the introductions. He's already waving. He's very excited to be joining. And I'll be sure to let him on screen right now. So here he is. Hello Kim, how are you? I'm really well as well. Everyone is well. We're all in a happy feast. No, I'm good. Thank you so much. It's lovely to have you here. Thank you so yeah. I'm really looking forward to it too. Cause what will we be talking about tonight then? I think. Ooh, I don't know. You're raising a good point though. Maybe yeah, I think maybe My Little Pony. It's been you know, it's been dying to happen. It's time, I'm sure. But no, tonight we'll be talking about systemic discrimination. What we're going to do about it, what we might go and do about it, because it's quite a hurdle, of course. Um, and yeah, that's something. Hopefully, we can make great strides in. So, on that, could you maybe introduce yourself? Who are you? What are you going to do?
Mixed. I have a mixed heritage. So my mother is from the Belgian Democratic Republic of Congo, so the ex-Belgian colony there, and my father is a Dutchman who was born in Rotterdam and grew up in Apeldoorn. So quite a pan-European, pan-global upbringing. And for Volt, I am responsible for the Volt Belgium National Volt Values Board. It is a structure which we established in Volt Belgium to safeguard both the ability of our movement to be and to stay true to certain values that we as Volt consider important. So things like creating an inclusive movement, creating a respectful movement, creating a movement where each and every person's opinion can be heard and respected, and also a place where each and every single individual is safe to express their political opinions. So that's one thing that I do. And because Volt is a pan European party, I am also contributing to that pan European effort by being a member of the European Communities team. And that's a team which essentially tries to foster inclusivity and tries to ensure that every single voter is recognized for the value that they bring to the movement and is also supported to make sure that we get the most out of their presence in Volt and that they get the most out of being part of Volt. So that's an exciting part that I do as well. And within that context, we've been doing a lot of work on the topic of systemic discrimination, and particularly for us, turning the movement into a movement for systemic inclusion. So a movement which is really thinking from anything that it does, how do we make this more inclusive? How do we make sure that there's nobody left behind? So quite some exciting stuff that I'm working on.
Wow, that's quite a lot actually. So really cool, also really necessary. Can imagine, right? It's really a thing. It's been in the news for the last 5 years. This discussion finally started up, right? It's been a while. Most of us are very well aware that it's been going on and it's been going strong. Um,
And I'd even say I would correct that by saying that whilst there's been kind of renewed media attention on the topic about since, especially since Mr. Floyd's
right? Yeah,
unfortunate
of
crime,
course.
actually, if you look back, we've been having this conversation for quite some time. In 2006, we were having this conversation. Before we were having this conversation, Martin Luther King is an example of
Yeah.
that conversation. So, apartheid in South Africa. So it's not a new conversation. I think we're just having a new round of it in essence to try to push us a little bit forward, hopefully.
Doesn't that feel like tiresome to just to fall in there? Make doesn't that make you a bit tired?
um, yeah, and I think that's something which perhaps explains why, particularly those who have been experiencing, whether it be systemic racism or it be discrimination, on the basis of your religion or on those types of things, why these kinds of issues become so emotive for people, and also very often, one of the feedback that you get from, or one of the critiques that people put up is that why are they being so violent? Why are they being so aggressive in their
Right.
position? Why are they not giving any space for counter arguments? And you go, well, that's all nice to have these counter arguments, but we've been having this conversation for 20 years, 25 years, 100 years.
Right.
At some point, you're sick of it and you need the system to change. And I think
Yeah.
that's kind of also explains why people can be very, you know, very, very willing to resort to violence and those types of things to really get the message across. Because for many people, the message doesn't get across unless you get to that point, unfortunately.
Yeah. You have to explain the same thing over and over again, and like it's the same story that our grandparents had.
Yeah,
It really went on that long, and the narrative never really seems to evolve, I guess. Even though, of course, the context changes, the society changes, but this basic story, man, yeah, wow.
yeah. Unfortunately, yes, but I think we shouldn't be too. Um, I don't think we should be so hard on ourselves. I think
Hmm.
it's, and I think that's the point about systemic discrimination, systemic racism. These are things which have been built over time. They've been built over decades. They've been built over generations,
Right.
and they are unfortunately embedded in everything that we do, and the way our systems are built, the way we grow up, and all those types of things. So the system didn't appear in one day. It took hundreds of years to be built.
Right.
And so clearly, if we want to change the system, it's also going to take time and patience and the willingness to accept that we won't always be perfect. And I think that's absolutely acceptable. But that does mean that, and I think things are changing and things have changed. I mean, the conversation today, I think more and more people are waking up to the fact that we need to do something about it, and that it's the responsibility of everyone. You see
Yeah.
companies really stepping up on this, various leaders stepping up on it, people themselves, flagging it and reacting to it when they
Right.
see it in front of them. So things do change. The fact that we had in the US that we have Barack Obama, that is
Right.
some change. The fact that we have people, more and more people from various backgrounds who are in leadership positions or who are inspirations for entire generations, whether it be in sports and culture, wherever,
Yeah.
those are signs of change. So I think we shouldn't be too hard on ourselves. I think things are progressing, clearly not fast enough. And hopefully we can be part of the agents of change to accelerate that.
That's really cool. So there is light at the end of the tunnel, you think?
I hope so. I mean, otherwise, what's the point?
Good point. That's a good point. It's not. Well, it's nice to at least have something to work towards, right? A brighter future, which is, of
Yeah,
course, the big
and
reason why a lot of us joined Volt at
I
any
was going to say
case.
exactly that. I was going to say exactly that. If we're all part of Volt, it's because we have this innate hope that we can change the system for the better, and that's why
Right.
we've all Volt. But we also have this awareness as well that if we repeat the same mistakes of the past, then things aren't going to change very quickly. So we
Yeah.
also want to kick system change, and that's certainly what motivated me to join Volt. And I'm really um, I'm really encouraged that Volt is willing to listen, is willing to improve
Right.
itself, is
Yeah.
willing to look at itself in the mirror sometimes and to say, we're not reaching where we want to reach, and
Get
therefore
to
we need
the
to fix that, and we're doing it, which is great.
get to the hard truths and also accept them for what they are, rather than turn a blind eye. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Cool. Wow. I think that's hopefully we can do that. I do know that that is something I've heard a lot of vultures talk about. That at least we are willing to see what is going on, rather than right, not take the easy route and do some virtue signaling.
yeah, exactly. And I think if we're looking kind of at the things that we're doing, so at the moment we recently just had our general assembly, And there we really brought up the topic of systemic inclusion and versus systemic discrimination, and what we as a Volt movement need to do
Yeah.
to really improve that. And I think the interesting approach that we're taking up is really informed by our conversations with various groups, various diversity groups we call them within Volt, but in fact there are different communities in essence that we want to touch and to interact with. And
Right.
really, I think the approach that we're trying to champion, which is built around the idea of first you need to listen, so
Mm-hmm.
listen first rather than speak on behalf of. That the second part is really around recognizing, so really taking the time to not just listen and then to ignore it, but to listen and then recognize within the stories that we're listening what are the pain points, what are the ruptures and the things, the open wounds in essence that we as a movement will have to try to resolve in the best way possible.
Right.
And then moving from kind of the feeling and the listening part and really moving towards more of a proactive part, which is really around connecting with these community groups and really also I think the important thing is shifting from this us versus them concept, which is very often what you hear in this.
Right.
There's really we are the majority population, and here are these troublesome minority groups which are trying to change things. And I think that kind of approach of us versus them really doesn't work if we're really trying to get to a better place. And it's really about we are all Europeans.
Right. Yeah.
We may be different Europeans, but we're all Europeans, and we all share this. We should all share this continent, and we all share this ideal of hopefully, creating a world where each and every of us and our children and our grandparents have a place where they feel welcome and they feel that they belong and they feel that they are cherished for the contribution they can make and are supported to make that
Mm-hmm.
contribution. So I think that's
Yeah.
what the
We
whole message is about.
everyone is everyone should be able to contribute to make this continent more than well, make this continent better, a
Yeah,
better
exactly.
place. That's really cool. Yeah. So let's break down what we are going to do for tonight because there is quite a few things going on. Of course, we
Mhm.
have we're going to play Civ 6, really cool stuff, and as well as talk about a bit more about this topic. Right, it's not just well, it's going to be a couple of things, right? Might also
It's
delve into Europe's colonialist history. What else is there? Maybe
yeah,
some difficult. Like, there's so much going on, right? It's not just what
it's
happened now, what happened before, but also what happened now, and what might we do about it? Because it should be a constructive thing, right? It's not just wallowing.
exactly. And I mean, like we already discussed, systemic discrimination is very complex, and it covers and touches so many things. So hopefully, we'll try to touch as many of those things this evening in the amount of time we have. Although I think these are kind of topics where you could have multi-day conferences and you'll feel that you only are scratching the surface. But
Oh man, I
hopefully,
can
we give
imagine.
a nice overview for those who are watching us and listening to us, and give a good overview which doesn't overwhelm, but rather which inspires you that we all can do something to actually fix this together.
Right, that's really cool. I'm really looking forward to get into that. So I think we might also just get started with the Civ game. Because Civ is very easy to talk and play. How about we just go in? And with
Let's do
that,
it.
we are going to introduce the two people that will also be joining us for tonight's game, and those are Draco and Jennifer. Hello,
Hello
how are
there.
you?
Good, good. Thanks for asking. Just starting the game, and the hosted match will be ready in like 1 or 2 minutes.
Awesome, awesome. So we'll just be starting up our own game, of course.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. There we are. And oh, yes, perfect. All right, so that may take a while to start up. So while we do that, can you maybe explain to us what Volt is doing right now on this topic, which is a long list. But yeah, why not? Why not try and scratch the surface at least?
You don't want a 50-minute introduction? Oh
I
man,
mean,
let's
that'd
go.
be amazing as well, right?
Fine, okay. No, we're doing a couple of well, a few things I think which are really which hopefully the viewers will find interesting. I think the first one is what we're calling the pledge. So hashtag We Are Europe, and it goes
Right.
kind of to this back to this idea of we're not us versus them, and we're all in this together. And We Are Europe essentially, I guess, is kind of it's the soul of our entire effort in terms of trying to create the systemic inclusion movement. And really, what the pledge is all about is essentially um, built around kind of the four things which I mentioned around kind of listening, recognition, connecting, and empowering. Essentially, what we've asked the movement to really do is to do some self reflection and to
Right.
think, as an individual or as a member of one of our functional teams or as one of our leaders or one of our candidates, what can you do? What can you promise to do, which will either help us to move this thing forward? Um, and we told voters, it's not about. We're not asking you to all of a sudden become, diversity champions if you've never been a diversity champion. That's not what the idea is about. But the
Right.
idea is to say, it's even if you improve your awareness of something, that's already a good step. And that's a good step that if we all make, and we have thousands of people making a first step to try to break systemic discrimination. So we're saying you can do awareness type of things. You can, why not go and read more about Black European history, which is a fascinating history
Right.
which we
That's a
don't.
huge thing.
It's a huge thing, and it's I mean, those of you who've grown up in European schools, you'll know that the relationship that gets told about between Europe and Africa is quite. You get very little information about it, but if you scratch the surface, there's been massively rich interconnections and relationships
Right.
between continents, and it's fascinating. So that's the kind of stuff we're asking the members to do. Is to say, hey, go and have a read, or go and meet a friend who is perhaps from one of the disadvantaged groups or historically disadvantaged groups, have a conversation, do stuff like that, or something more ambitious if you have the heart. So basically, we're now at the moment we're collecting all of these promises from fellow voters, and we're hoping to have a massive pledge with hundreds of promises, which we as a movement are willing to make to support those who are on the front lines to tackle systemic discrimination. So that's really quite exciting, and I think that's the beginning essentially of us taking a really strong political stand on the topic and really putting our markers down in terms of what kind of movement we want to be. Um,
Wow.
yeah, it's really exciting, and I think it's. I'm hopeful that we really set a very different kind of tone compared to traditional parties with regards to these types of topics, where we're really letting our heart as much as our mind speak.
Right. Okay. Oh, I think something went a bit awry here. But
In the meantime, I set up the match. So you can look in the online matches for Vault Match, probably created in the past 3 minutes or so, and then click join.
perfect.
Let's have a look.
Also,
Exciting.
welcome Zerpskslur. I think I pronounced that right. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here. So, but that's you bring up a lot of interesting topics here, Kim. That's on the first hand, I hear right the pledge, big thing. Help
Yep.
each other out. Start listening. Make sure that we actually get stuff done. But also
Yeah.
because it's one of the big things that I know from my Dutch upbringing is we don't really talk about the slavery part in history books. At least I haven't had that in my years of high school. We talked about the fact that we had colonies and what happened there, trade by the West Indies Company, which was huge, but not really substantially. So I feel like there's a huge societal lack of insight about what actually happened. Right? It's Don't you think that that's one of the big hindrances? Is basically just and not like
Yeah, it's clearly one of the big issues, because, and I think this is a really great example of how systemic discrimination, how the mechanics of it actually work. The reason why systemic discrimination happens is that um, you have lots of little, you have lots of habits which get picked up by institutions and by people, and we're not even aware that they're happening in essence. But somehow they actually lead to a very negative outcome. And history is a really great example of that, where we think that the history that that we get taught in school
hmm.
is a history that isn't biased. It's people have actually um, they spent a lot of time, researching. That research, of course, was not biased, and of course, the battles, the way they took place, it's being done, and it's being conveyed to you in the way it really happened in history, and it's really truthful. And we
Right.
don't get told until much later, and we're only discovering now that actually history was written by the victors, and that they also had a very the victors had particular things that they wanted to express. Um, and that is particularly true when it comes to the relationship that Europe had with Africa.
Right.
And I think that's something which we indeed in Europe have a hard time accepting. And we have a hard time going back into our history and to really be true to ourselves about what exactly happened with regards to colonialism and how how destructive it's been for that continent and continues to be very much so. So whilst we might have granted independence to many African countries, if you look really behind it, the reason why dictators are there, the reason why there's so much there's so much um, there's so much economic there's so much economic, how should I say, inequality and those types of things.
Right.
Um, that's not accidental, and Europe is playing a huge part in making that continue and continue well beyond the independence. And you see that as well in the way that history chooses, and it's a choice to
Hmm.
quite ignore those connections, to quite ignore also the um, also to ignore, I guess, the contributions that Africans have made throughout history. So whether it be in the First World War, the fact that we actually had, African regiments fighting for the great powers, and many also lost their lives, but we don't mention it at all. Or
Right.
also, during the Holocaust, we don't mention that there were blacks also who were, sent to the concentration camps. So it's all these kinds of accidental forgetting of mentioning,
Hmm.
or the fact that
Yeah.
we had the Roman emperor who was black, but we don't
Right.
mention that. So it's and those choices of not mentioning is a great example of systemic discrimination, of where the systems have been built in such a way as to ignore contributions of someone, and therefore to remove reference points which could enable a particular group to take inspiration and therefore to reach for higher ground.
That's wow. That's yeah. I makes perfect sense, right? That's I'm almost without words. Sorry. No, it's really cool. So I well, I also hear that there are some issues with
No worries.
maybe fix that. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to see whether my internet cable is properly plugged in. That'd be nice.
At least it's not on my end, because that would be much more complicated.
Oh, I do. Um, in the meantime, I've gathered my thoughts, and we have a huge. I have a huge amount of questions. The first one will be, right? You talked about a history overall being a big thing, of course. Um, right? That's not something we really learn about. We might learn a bit about the Ottomans. There's much are
Hmm.
that's a big thing, I think. Oh my, something is not good. All right, are we back again? Thank you, Luis. That's very very reassuring. Um, Goodness, it's not going great, people. Everything is breaking down again. Let's see. We will be going into solo for a bit. Well, we'll be sure that we can start everything up again. Um, let's see. 1 second. I think everything will be alright. In-game solo. Here we go. Stream is lagging. And no, Luis, I don't have my airflow running. It's sad. Let's see if I can get it back. Just closing the Discord for a second. Be right back. And why is this happening? That's sad. But not to worry, we'll be able to fix everything up real neat. Power usage. My goodness, isn't this the best of things? Alright, at least I found my city. And I'm going to build a scout and let this one explore. And in the meantime, we're going to start everything up real fast. Okay, I'm ready for my next turn. And while we do that, Discord is going to be start up again. We will switch only to show my screen to save some bandwidth. Indeed, we are. It would be nice though to have Kim on screen though, because this is a bit pathetic now, isn't it? So there we are, back again. And I think Kim, yes, we're here. At least
Yes.
back to Kim. Hi Kim,
Hey.
sorry about that.
Nice to be back.
Yes, happy to be back. And I'm going to make sure that you are also on screen again. Let's see.
That's nice.
I aim to please, you know. So we do this one. Give me 1 second, please. Yes, I know this thing is waiting. Smooth stream again. It's working better. Espe Timmer says it's a really good point. African history sounds really interesting to me, but in Dutch schools we only had European history. The only thing we learned about Asian North American history we had was about Cold War, as far as I can remember. Right. So this really ties into the same thing you said before just now. Right. It's sneakily it's something that is sneakily brought into institutions, even though
Yeah, and in the way so, and we have to really realize that very much our history was built in such a way as to justify the actions that we took in the past. So the whole European history is designed in such a way as to justify us having these colonies and to
right.
justify us having gone to those places to quote unquote civilize, because these were cultures which had tribes which were completely unruly and needed to be brought civilization, and all those types of things. Actually, that was the intent. It was an intentional policy of European states to create that concept of the superior race and those types of things. So
Right.
all those didn't appear by accident. They were created by design, and we're still feeling the effects today. So we still have very much this relationship with Africa, where it's very much kind of Europe is there to help and to be. We're there to help. We're there because the Africans can't pick themselves what to do.
Right.
So we have to go there and help them to to create their governments. We have to go there and save them. So it's that whole savior syndrome. It's not a syndrome,
Right.
but that whole savior aspect.
Complex? Yeah.
Yeah, savior complex, exactly. That very much was created by design to justify us being in the first place there. And you won't
Right.
know that unless we really go deeper into our history to understand how that happened.
Oh man, yeah, no, but that oof. But that's quite a bit to unpack, right? It's so our whole society, like a lot of aspects in our society, were really made to legitimize our behavior in the past, right? That's really what boils down to. So I really remember that from my studies as well. We talked about this a bit before, but about whole cities actually being built to make sure that the undesired, read here, people of color in the US not be able to go to the wealthier neighborhoods due to buses being unable to cross certain roads for them being too high. Right,
Yeah,
that's something we know about the U.S. But let's not kid ourselves by believing that this is not something that was also done in Europe, of course, right? That's
and it still
it's
happens today. So if you think
it
about
does.
the whole issue around migration and around who's allowed to come into the continent and who isn't,
Right,
um, those kinds of discussions are very much, there's an underpinning in there, which is also very much built into this. The not in my backyard
right,
syndrome also applies in Europe, and there it's really around whether we will accept certain types of African migrants whom we assume are only there for our money. And so that's the kind of those kinds of those kinds of reflections
hmm,
are interestingly reflections which come from all this historical background.
right, yeah. Sorry about this. I'm just going to really slowly change my screen because it is horrible because we still can't see you, and I feel so bad about that.
As long as they can hear us, I guess that's the most important part, and
We
they can see
we
that
are at least we are at least audible.
we're fine.
Let's see. My systemic inclusion. That's better. Okay, so we have the in-game duo. Um, yeah. So I didn't think that's where I went wrong. Even learned all the U.S. presidents from 1945. So it's more important to know all these trivia, right? That's a thing.
Well,
um,
I think it's the interesting thing here is that it's so um, very very often we blame particular groups for having particular outcomes. So
right,
in Europe, for example, we often blame the Roma for their troubles, and yet our entire system is designed in such a way as to prevent them from actually acceding to the next level. So in Europe, we have also, it goes to things, and that's the thing about systemic discrimination. It touches very mundane things, and it
right,
expresses very mundane things. So, the fact that everybody around you, I'll take a really random example. So in France, the fact that the banlieue, in a lot of the banlieues, you have very specific types of ethnic groups, and yet French law is designed in such a way as that you can't measure that. So you can't measure the fact that actually those banlieues do have these majority situations. And then what
right.
happens in the banlieue, the entire social network is at a certain economic level. There's no mixing. So it
Hmm.
means that all the people that you have as reference points as a child have certain types of jobs. And
Right,
I guess you must know, I certainly am, we are inspired by our parents. We're inspired by the people around our parents to say, I can do that job because my parents are doing that. Or I can do that job because the friends of my parents are doing that. And I want to do that job because
right,
it sounds cool. But if you don't have those reference points, then you don't aspire for that. So, and it
right,
goes for everything. So the fact that we don't have politicians of particular groups, that means that there's no role model to aspire to. And because there's no role model to aspire to, then the person says, it's not for me. And you say,
right.
well,
Yeah,
why do you think it's not for you? Well, it's I think that because there's nobody there. so
Yeah,
so it's those kinds of things which yeah.
yeah. You really miss you miss something to build. You miss your story. You miss your but you miss your network. You miss your story. You miss the background with which to build upon.
Exactly.
That's a thing. So a question from Guimaret. Question to Kim. Kim, I think you're a great moderator of debates. I've seen a couple of Vault debates you moderated. Do you have a background in conflict resolution or something similar like that?
No. Um, I've not been trained in that, but I think my upbringing very much made me sensitive to these kinds of
Right.
issues. And they really made me sensitive in the sense that my parents, when they came, so my parents fell in love, and my parents fell in love just after, uh, Congo became Zaire and became an independent country, and it was at a time when Africans in particular were very much in the place of trying to assert their identity and
Right.
trying to assert and trying to reassert, their pride and those types of things. So the fact that my mother, who was the daughter of a senator, ends up falling in love with this middle class Dutchman who's white on top of it, really created a lot of conflict between her family and my father. And the fact that they chose to be together, they chose very much to overcome that because of love very much inspired me and very much inspired kind of the person I end up becoming.
Right.
And also, I had the chance of really I had the chance of growing up in lots of different cultures, or whether it be France, the US, and those are cultures which are also quite different from one another. And just growing up in that and seeing that and being who I was in those particular cultures really made me very sensitive and I guess capable to manage conflicts and bring very different people together.
Right. So very culturally keen and open to at least listen rather than go to your own cultural narrative, I would say then. So,
Yes.
does that summarize that? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a good
Cool.
way to put it.
Nice. All right, so people, don't worry. I almost have the screen covered again, so at least Kim is back into visibility.
So
There we go. Yes, perfect. So, and then we have Charles. I hate how ethnicity is taboo here, especially in my country, France. I would love an ethnic census in Europe, kind of like in the US, but better. What's your thought about that? That sounds interesting.
I so I grew up in France, and I think in some ways I understand the logic of why I understand the logic behind the French approach of really trying to have, in essence, what France is trying to do through its approach of not having these different, of not recognizing the different ethnic groups and all type of things. The intention behind that is to indeed prevent the state from seeing it, and therefore by not seeing it, hopefully create a system which is more fair and egalitarian.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we see in practice it doesn't quite work because you learn in the end you do it slightly differently. So it might be on the basis of family name, or it might be on the basis of your zip code, and it might be on different kinds of. So humans have always been able to discriminate. Unfortunately, we find creative ways to do so even when we can't. So
Yeah.
I think there is. I wouldn't discount the French model completely, whilst I think there's also indeed value in what I would call "quote unquote" the Anglo-Saxon model, so a model which is more like the US or the UK, which is much more about making actually um, much more visible in essence the presence of different groups, and actually and also really encouraging a multicultural society which recognizes these different groups and celebrates these different groups and the contributions that they've made to the society that they're part of.
Right.
So
So this because that's really interesting, right? There's a the French model and the Anglo-Saxon model are really um, legacies from their cultural colonial past as well, right? How do you perceive other ethnicities within your empire? Right, that's the whole point. With France considering basically outright saying everyone is part of the French Empire, whereas the British left it open for self rule and just wanted to extract. Right, that I think I summarized it somewhat correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong here.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that that translates into the way that's being dealt with today. Now, I think the British model was very much they saw their colonies as quite separate from them. So
Yeah.
there's very much a separation between the British people and the non-British people, which the French didn't quite have the same approach. But that wasn't to say that it was fair or anything like that. Let's be clear. In the end, it doesn't matter which colonial empire you were under. I don't think any of them were particularly great places for those who were colonized.
Right.
Um, but there were different approaches, and those different approaches lead to very different relationships between the ex-colonies and the new colonies, and that's kind of just the reality of that. But I think, and that gets translated in terms of how the different European countries are dealing with the topic of racism and discrimination. So you don't have a
Right.
pan-European approach for good or not, but that's also something which, yeah, exactly, which therefore um, needs to be also taken into account if we want to try to tackle this correctly.
Yeah. So there's just a whole lot of institutions that need to change, and there's international differences in yeah, the methods. So wow, that's we do like to make it hard on ourselves within Volt, don't we?
I think we recognize that a lot of things require, there's no simple solution to these kinds of issues,
Mm.
and it would be how shall I say? It would be a mistake to try to create quick fixes because that just doesn't work.
Right.
And I think the fact that Volt is willing to actually look a bit deeper into why things happen the way they do, and is willing to um, it is willing really to take the next step with regards to that. I think it's a great way. It's a great path forward to trying to solve this in a meaningful way.
Right. Yeah. So just yeah, get started. Not take the easy route and open your eyes. So
Yeah.
what would be um, we talked a bit about before. We're both quite big sci-fi geeks. I think a lot of people within Volt can say the same, of course. But what kind of future would be interesting? Because right, that's a lot of people like Star Trek, but that's not a very multicultural one. At the same time, of course, it is, but there's some humanistic interest in there as well. Is that like would that be a utopia to build towards? Is what's your how do you see that?
Would Star Trek be a utopia? Well, I certainly would. I probably would like to be part of Starfleet. So I
That's
probably
fair.
wouldn't.
That's fair.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Star Trek is of course is a bit idealized, and I think I was actually watching a YouTube movie about Star Trek yesterday, which was going through a Deep Space Nine episode where
Ah,
Quark has to cross dress and all that type of thing, and kind of the insensitivity around that, and also a TNG episode where I don't know if you remember this, like it's a really old episode actually, um, which
I do know the cross dressing episode. It's being
yeah,
labeled as both the best and the worst episode of Deep Space Nine.
yeah, exactly. um, and also there is the how should we say? Um, there's also one which, and I didn't think about it until it was raised. The it's a TNG episode, which is in one of its first seasons, where they meet this alien race, which is basically built around this quite this concept of an African kind of what African tribes would have been if they had gotten to a certain level of technological involvement. And there
Right.
also you have a lot of those kinds of very cliche approaches to both African clothing and to the way Africans express themselves and that type of stuff. So
Right.
yeah,
Right.
I'm losing all
So
of my interest at the moment on civilization. This is bearable.
so ooh, that does remind me, which is an interesting point, right? That's also something that Black Panther did a lot of work on as well.
Yes, and I mean, isn't it interesting how we all reacted so so passionately about that? And I thought it was, on the one hand, it was good that we were in a place where all of us were comfortable, in essence. Um, we were comfortable to be proud that this has happened, but
Right.
also you kind of go, how long does it have to take for us to actually, for these kinds of movies to come into being?
Right. Yeah. It only took it only took a couple of decades. It's
Right? And and so that there's something there where you go like, it's we are excited about milestones when you think about it, we're in 2021 and we're still having these kinds of milestones. And I think, to give the US credit for where it's due, they at least have had a black president. Where are European ministers who from all the
right.
different backgrounds that we have? And there's still countries which have not had those kinds of people in places of power, in places where they can influence and inspire people like them. And I think that's a bit of a shame. And I think, hopefully Volt can be a party which tries to fix that in a meaningful way again.
Yeah, for sure. Let's make that. Let's make it so. Ah.
Mm. You're such a Jean-Luc.
Oh my. I don't know. I don't know how to take that. I do have a big lot of hair still, so so. And Guimarães says that that TNG episode is considered the second worst episode in all of Star Trek after Enterprise finale. So yes, that's something. That's a thing, of course.
There you go. So and well, luckily it is, because I think it deserves that title.
it it was interesting, but for all the wrong reasons. So
But to be honest, actually, if I had to pick, so my probably for me the most inspiring of the sci-fi series is continues for me to be Babylon 5. It's really for me the
yeah,
one where, if I had to pick some sci-fi series which really inspired me, it's definitely Babylon 5, in terms of the way it told the story, and the way, yeah.
yeah, it's one of the few I haven't seen yet. I must say, to my big shame. That's
Yes,
yeah.
we're gonna fix that right for you.
Yes.
For the next time I'm on the show,
Please teach me. That's something I would like. I really it's a thing. So how's it going with your civilization?
Well, I'm playing the Russians, and
Mm-hmm.
St. Petersburg is growing, but I have barbarians all over the place, and I
Yeah.
was hoping to expand my empire, but my settlers got destroyed by the bloody barbarians.
Oh
So
no.
this is not the way I like to start my games. I like to start my games where, I have two cities built very quickly, and then I basically expand peacefully, but with sufficient defense to protect my people. But
Yeah,
so
I have a bit of the same issue. I also, with that little piece of lag, my whole city was run over by barbarian hordes, so I'm at a bit of a disadvantage. We'll make do.
no,
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. How's it going with the rest? How's Draco, Jen? How are you doing?
they're being
Can't
very
complain.
quiet. I wonder what's happening.
Yes.
Actually,
Can't.
let me check who's leading. Oh, yeah, like you're leading, then me.
What?
Then Yep.
There's literally no reason for me to be leading, but that's cool.
No,
Because
you
we're all
have
going
a
so
big military.
I'm offended. Why am I not leading?
You are always leading, Jen.
Aw.
Don't let anyone tell you
In
any
our
different.
hearts or something.
Exactly. Don't let anyone tell you any different. So let's see. There we have SP Timmer saying Black Panther was great, but I don't think it shows any positive inclusivity wise. It was just market strategies, I think. There's a huge upcoming market in sub-Saharan Africa. Black Panther really appeals to that market, I can imagine. Ooh, that's quite a bold statement to make.
I think it's an interesting one, and I think it's. I'm glad that it was raised because one of the things as well around kind of systemic discrimination is kind of this. So we talked also about it, the white savior complex,
Right.
and it really extends to the way we look and the way we look and the way we see Africa. So we still, in 2021, we still have this cliche that Africa, uh, sub-Saharan and particularly sub-Saharan Africa, is still this image that we have from the charity, which is pushed by charities of this defenseless and helpless people who have no money whatsoever, and you need to send money to them because they're all starving and that type of things.
Yeah.
And while it is true for many people, it is a reality for many Africans. There's also a booming economy in many cities. The middle class is growing extensively in those
Right.
places, but we don't talk about that. I definitely think that Africa is a continent to watch because I think it might be the next Asia. I think it will be the next Asia, and certainly the Chinese have understood that because they're
Yes.
investing massively in Africa, and with the difference being that the Chinese don't come with that same they don't come with that same, how should we say, baggage that we have with regards
You're
to
right.
the fact that we still haven't overcome colonialism. We still have this very tense relationship. We still believe that the relationship that we need to have with Africa is very much one where we tell them about human rights and that we have to teach them about those types of things.
Right.
Um, and yet, maybe we don't. So I think those are really interesting aspects which are raised and which we really need to work on. And I think also that it's really interesting to see that there's a booming, how should we say, there's also quite an interesting booming economy and also lots of different sectors emerging in Africa, which are ones to watch. So I think we might be surprised by the concept. So,
I think so. Yeah. It's uh the China part in Africa is also very that's an interesting thing. So a couple of years ago, I did a trend analysis with Google Trends,
mhm.
just to see how often different countries were searched by countries within countries. So how often would China be Googled in France or the US in Ghana? And you could see a trend happening that from 2008 to 2013, China overcame the US as the top search in Africa. So that really shows that there's a thing going on there.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Um, and I think, yeah, I really think that Europe has to be mindful of that. That there are lots of other people who are looking at Africa, and that for good or for worse. But yeah,
Yeah, so there's a bit of there might still be a bit of a world hegemony feeling behind there that we may need to let go.
yeah, yeah. And I think we all both Europe and Africa, I think, stand to benefit from that. And I think maybe that's also something for those who are watching us to, the which systemic discrimination creates a lot of emotional responses, and I think also, um, rightly or wrongly, I think a lot of people feel that It's very much kind of those who are discriminated, who basically are blaming everything on those who are in the majority, and not by choice, but just by being. And I
Mm.
think it's not about that. And I think it's not helpful to think of it that way. I think it's really and I think this is where Volt's mention of systemic inclusion becomes really interesting, because it's about how can we ensure that all of us can benefit from a society which enables all of us to have equal chances to shine, and
Right.
also that if we all benefit, then we all stand to win. And you see that, and we see that. So in societies which are more inclusive, in businesses which are more inclusive, they perform better economically.
Yeah.
They're more innovative. They are more creative. They're more sensitive. Um, they pick up on things which other teams wouldn't pick up on, because of the people, the presence of of different perspectives. So we actually are enriched by our connections and our experiences of diversity. So the less diverse
For
we are,
sure. Yeah.
we we are for it. In fact,
Yeah.
so
There's
I
a.
think yeah,
Sorry. Go ahead. There's a huge economic advantage to inclusivity, right? It's time and time again it shows that being discriminatory and exclusionary is just bad for any country. It just doesn't work because you just exclude a huge amount of people, a huge amount of potential and innovation, right? That's a big thing,
exactly.
right? Yeah. So, um, SP Timmer says, have you seen the first episode of Pak de Macht? If yes, then you may know what I think about China investing in Africa. Haven't seen it. I think the China discussion is also a very very interesting one, but maybe not the best one for tonight. Um, of course, there is a big thing with a lot of infrastructure being built in China right now or in Africa by China right now.
Yep. The Silk
Um,
Road.
the Silk Road to make sure that all the infrastructure is to extract resources as fast as you can to your mainland. Interesting topic. But yeah, that's a very interesting theme to maybe discuss another time.
Yeah,
Um,
as a it's not a uh, what should we say? It, it's it's not just for the goodness of their heart that China is investing in Africa. In the same way, it's not for the goodness of their heart that they're investing in Europe. So that, of course, is we're not denying that. I should say.
no, there's real politics is there is no kindness in international relations.
Exactly.
Only jolly cooperation. People, I'm afraid I might need to do a little reboot of the game because my mouse is being delayed, and I think that might be better with a small restart. Sorry about that, at least. Draco, can you maybe save the game so we can so I can join again? Is that some?
Sure.
I can't rejoin again, right? Once the game is started.
Not fully sure.
Well, let me just try. Give me a sign if you saved.
Game is saved.
Awesome. Okay, so give me 1 second. Amazing. So let's see. We have then. This is another. This is a big question because, of course, these debates are big in all of Europe, of course, but you also have a lot of proponents asking putting up with a lot of arguments about the Black Lives Matter movement not being all that it's made up to be, right? It's you hear a lot of people talking about it's so aggressive, but also why don't we focus on this instead? Like, which is it's really difficult to have to come up with the same arguments again, and at the same time it's really important. How would you counter these arguments? How would you address them? Maybe not counter even.
I think it's really, it goes back to what we were saying. We have to realize that systems, and particularly in the U.S., the relationship the United States has with its Black American community is a pretty violent relationship, whether it be slavery in and of itself, and then once slavery was done, you had lynching all the time. You still have, and we still
Right.
hear every single day, a person being shot dead for
Yeah.
being who they are and just for having the wrong color of skin and having police officers who are quote unquote scared of their presence. So I think in the US, the existence of movements like Black Panther and those types of movements and Black Lives Matters, I think can be justified. I mean, they are being mowed down, and they have been mowed down throughout history.
Right.
And I think we have to be sensitive to that. And I think it can only, and we have to accept that that these things have happened throughout history and continue to play out in very horrible ways, and to deny that and to say, but they're violent. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think you'd probably be violent if you had many of your ancestors who are mowed down in the same way. I think you wouldn't be very peaceful either. I
Would not
think
be very nice. No.
so. And in Europe, we have very much similar history. So, but I think Europe is perhaps better at hiding it. um,
Yeah, we try
we,
to sweep it under the rug a bit easier.
yes. So, and I think we hide sometimes behind the fact that we have the European Union, and we've learned from the wars. We've learned to live together in peace and harmony. We are beyond this. We're in a post. We've left all that behind. We don't see that anymore.
Right.
And I think that's wishful thinking on our part, and probably a way for us to avoid asking ourselves the difficult questions as to why certain outcomes are still happening today, why profiling happens in Europe too, why police brutality happens in Europe as well, but we don't really
Yeah.
talk about it. Why is it that we had a minister in Italy who was black and then had to still endure the kinds of comments of, you look like a monkey and you like to eat
Oof.
bananas? And this was only 10 years ago, not even.
Yeah.
So clearly Europe isn't quite as far along as it thinks it is, on these kinds of issues either. And I think we just like to go look at the US and go, hey, at least it's not as bad like that in Europe. And I think it is sometimes, and we need to be true to that.
Mike, did you
That's
receive my
fair.
Steam invitation to
I
join
I did.
the?
I did. Yeah,
Does it
I
work for
did.
you?
It
So you
does
can
work. It just
take your
takes.
position as our leader.
It
Good.
does
If
take.
it does work, then we don't have to reload.
No, we don't have to reload. Probably. Come on. Yes. Okay. So I think the mouse is working a bit better now. So okay, that's good. Yeah, it's interesting because maybe, and this might be very interesting to see. Maybe we in Europe think that it is worse in the US, at all times due to the fact that they are more open with their problems, more transparent. Right? That
Yes,
might also be a thing.
I think Black Americans are making sure that they can't ignore
Yes.
anymore. um,
Yeah.
and I think also, and that's maybe I think here it's quite an interesting pivot, I guess. The U.S., of course, is a society where everybody is a migrant in essence. So the American identity is very much is built and constructed in a very different way compared to European identity.
Right.
And also in Europe, you have, whereas in the US, all of the different African communities essentially were sent to the US turned into slaves and were stripped of all of their history, all of their cultural identity. So they don't. There is no more, or there's very little. How should I say? There is very little awareness of where people are from, of the those types of things. So,
Right.
whereas we, of course, in Europe, we still have very much every single African community, and I'm saying a lot Africa, but I think this is true of many different ethnic minorities and also religious minorities and type of thing.
Right.
But we're using the Africans as an example here. Um, in Europe, we have very much every single African community still has very strong links and bindings back to their homelands, in essence, which isn't quite the same in the US. So it also means that the expression we here in Europe we have lots of many different African communities. In the
Right.
US, you have one Black African American community, and it's
Right.
very different. So the results and the resulting discussions and the way it's played out in politics is very different as a result of that, and just demographics.
So we're just there's a bit of dividedness making, which just makes it a lot more difficult to actually get stuff sorted out.
Exactly.
Right. Oof. Well, that's a predicament to fix.
Hopefully.
So, yes. Well, that will be a good one. But in the Netherlands, there's been a very nice change of, well, a very nice evolution happening with that, with Bijeen getting a seat in Parliament, which with Sylvana Simons. And she really is in Parliament. She has been voted into Parliament by the Black community in the Netherlands to get their voice out there for what is probably the first time, and that's a huge thing.
Yeah, and I think it highlights that the communities that these people will represent are becoming much more assertive in expecting that the rights that they've been promised will be granted to them and they will be able to exercise them.
Right.
And also, I think social media and those types of things also help to spread the word much quicker and much stronger. I
Yeah.
think George Floyd would not have been possible to have had that kind of impact were it not for social media and those types of things really helping to push
Yeah.
the,
It
the
it oh, it brings it opens the. There's a very good Dutch saying: "Opens the beer pit." Opened the beer pit, which means. Oh, that's a very difficult one. There's a there's a yeah there just opens up, makes visible all the nasty things rather than
yes,
keeping it secret.
yes, exactly. It's like I don't know what would be the English equivalent.
I'm sure there must be one, right? That's
There must be, hopefully.
yes. Also, my builder has been captured. Oh
No.
yes. And here we have Aspect Timber. I think the main difference between American racism and European racism is that there is a lot of physical aggression in the US, whereas in Europe there is more verbal and microaggression.
I think that's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
And also, the having been in the two cultures in essence, I've kind of seen it firsthand. You indeed have that. You also have, um, I mean, in the US, you really have black neighborhoods, white neighborhoods,
Yeah.
where the interaction is completely separate. You do have much more indeed violence. You have also much more kind of police brutality and those types of things. So you do have indeed kind of all those interplays are a bit different, but in the end, I think it's the end result is the same. In the end, we still have a situation where we have many of our fellow Europeans, or in the U.S. fellow Americans, who in the end um, are disadvantaged and are unable to contribute to the best of their ability to our societies, and that's a shame not just for them. It's also a shame for us as a whole society, in essence.
Yeah, for sure. So, um, another argument. Moving on, if that's okay with you. Um, another
Flex.
arg. Another arg. That's good to hear. It's difficult to be flexible in these times. You have to do yoga or something. Anyway, this is one argument you often hear from the left, actually, the political left, saying that why focus on culture or ethnicity when it's all about economics, right? Why not focus on poverty, which should then also help out the systemic the people being hurt by systemic discrimination. Is it not a poverty issue? Is this not a an issue of socialism?
No.
Exactly. This is a very big one, actually, that I often heard in the left circles, which is
Yeah. No. I think you can't disconnect the two. And maybe I'll give a really good example of this. It's really interesting, for example, that the way our working weeks are established favor certain types of were designed, they favor certain types of beliefs. So if you, for example, are Muslim or Jewish, it's interesting that the days most of us have off are not the days which match with their religious expectations. Or it's
right.
interesting that the holidays which they celebrate are not, national holidays. Now, it's a very small example, but it's an example where you could design, if you design a policy which basically says, um, we want to grant, right, it doesn't really matter, we want to grant uh, that each person essentially gets whatever, it gets 500 euros. But the only time we're going to give that 500 euros is when the persons are, well, for everybody else, it's fine, it can be whenever. But for
Mm-hmm.
one particular religious belief, we choose exactly the time period when they are supposed to be praying. And if in that culture, that participating in that religion is really important, then you've created a system which essentially excludes them, not because you want to exclude them, but because you've designed the system in such a way that essentially they can't participate because they have to make a choice between either getting the money or being true to their religion.
Right.
And that's kind of choices which we ask often different minority groups to make all over the place. So whether it be working times or whether it be working arrangements and those types of things, um, they're very tiny things. But that's the thing about systemic discrimination. It's all tiny, tiny little things. And then if you have 15 of them, all of a sudden it's no longer a tiny, tiny little thing.
Right.
Um, and that's the problem. So whilst it's whilst in a dream world, we wouldn't be having a conversation about identity and about ethnicity and about identity politics and those types of things. The reality is today we're not there yet. And to ignore that is to ignore part of the problem. Um, and to ignore it is also to not take the time to, and this goes back to what I was saying that Volt is trying to do, to recognize the reality that the individuals actually experience and the challenges they face, and as a
Mm-hmm.
result of that, identifying the ways in which we can adjust either practices or policies or our approach to actually meet head on the expectations of that particular individual or that particular group.
Right. So, okay, so there is no. It would help to make people maybe a bit wealthier, make sure that people that the underprivileged people feel at least have some income, but it will still not solve the issues that are there, because the issues that are there are more than just can be far more than just being poor, right? You
Yeah,
can't it's a bit difficult to buy national holidays or make sure that your cultural um, how do you say that? Cultural exercises are being taken into account by the whole society by being wealthier, right? That's
yeah,
just a bit different.
yeah, and maybe, I mean, I'm thinking back. Maybe the example I gave is perhaps not the best one, but another example which I am quite familiar with is on the delivery of social services. Um,
Right.
and so, if you focus on just the economics of it, you might just say, well, we just throw even more money at it, and certainly the problem will be fixed. But
Yeah.
if you have there people, social workers who aren't aware, for example, that, for example, um, the reason why women aren't showing up is because culturally, women shouldn't be the ones holding that role. We could, it might be, we might be for or against that, but that's just the reality of that particular culture. And if you ignore that, then yeah, then they're not going to
Yeah.
show up, and they're not going to access the social services, and therefore they will be at a disadvantage, even though we've put in place all the stuff with the intention of enabling them to actually benefit from that. And that
Right.
can be the same for language. So if we know that a particular community speaks one particular language, but we provide all the information only in the national language because that's just the law, well, and but you're not reaching these people. Well, that's their problem. Well, yes, you could look at it that way, but then in 100 years we're still going to be with the same situation. So I
Yeah.
think it's also, and that's where Volt is interesting in the sense that we say that we are people centric. We want to help people, and we want to be a party, and we want to have policies which are people centric. And to be
Right.
people centric, I think it's also realizing that not people are different. We're all different, and therefore the services that we provide and the policies that we make have to go to the people rather than the people having to come to whatever's been decided by people who aren't even familiar with how these people live or how we live.
Yeah. Right. Because that's another. Ooh. Ah, I lost my stream of thought. Sorry. Let's see. How? Where are we? There was one big thing. Oh no! My puppy, my dog is being stolen. That's a shame. See, that's why I
No.
lost my train of thought. But it's uh that's another issue, right? And a big one is saying that we should go and try and change the issue because oh no, goodness gracious, where's my brain gone? It's about the issue that the it, everything will remain the same if we don't start picking this up, right? Because now I got it. This is the thing that you often hear a lot of people say is why don't we just force integration, right? Why don't other cultures just integrate, right? That's
Yes.
skewing the responsibility, which you already stated, right? But maybe it's interesting to delve into that a bit further, because
Yeah.
that's a huge thing, of course, right? It's a very neoliberal. Make sure that you do it yourself, your own responsibility kind of thing, which is very much in hype now.
Yeah. And I mean, it's an interesting one, and there's multiple trains of thoughts with regards to whether what we should be aiming for is indeed this integration, which in many ways actually is very much the U.S. model, where
Right.
you integrate into the to whatever, or which I don't think is actually a beneficial one, because as we were saying, diversity is useful for innovation. It's useful for economic growth. It's useful for challenging us to think in different ways. And I think the loss of that is not beneficial for us. I think what we need to do is, rather than shrinking our world, it's actually expanding it. How do we find new ways in which we celebrate and we bring together and these different communities, and we celebrate what they bring to the
Right.
entire European story, in essence. And I think that's a much more, certainly for me, that's a much more beneficial way of looking at it than trying to find and trying to basically erase them from being by making them just a whole part of us. And I think it's also, but indeed, like you're right that it's something which gets brought up a lot. Kind of why don't they live the way we live? Why
Yeah.
don't they do things we do? Why don't they celebrate our traditions? Well, sometimes those traditions are designed precisely to were created precisely to denigrate them. So I don't think they're particularly interested in doing that.
Yeah, it makes it a bit weird, right? Say like, why don't you become more like like the exact thing that has been oppressing you?
Yeah, and I think, and maybe to add to this, there's maybe another dimension as well of we say that we want them to integrate, but do you really want them to integrate? So I'm
Right.
always struck. I get asked this question a lot, and I think the other frustration which many groups have is kind of this rhetoric, in essence, that we are new Europeans, or we don't belong here, even though many of us were born here,
Right.
many of us grew up here, we only know here, and yet we often get told, if we don't like it, go back home.
Yeah.
Um, my home is here. I'm European. I've only known Europe. This is home. But the fact that people feel that they're able to make that statement highlights that they don't see these people as Europeans. And
They're outsiders still, even though they're third generation.
exactly. And then we're surprised that they don't integrate.
Yeah.
So it's a bit like, well, which one do you want? Do you want them to integrate, or you don't want them to integrate? Because if they do integrate, then guess what? They're going to have opinions and they won't express
Yeah.
them.
You start to make people you start to make people feel like they're outsiders and enemies, then maybe that is the end result, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
That's sad though. And on that, we have SP Timmer. I think that's the beauty of the EU, because even though we're all so different across Europe, the EU shows us we're all the same. We all speak different languages. We all look a bit different, but in essence, we are the same, and we should be valued the same. That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's the European ideal, and what we're trying to achieve is exactly, hopefully, where we're going to get to. And I think, and we shouldn't. Yeah, I think, and Europe, I think, has done quite a lot. So I think it's also, we shouldn't say that Europe is a horrible place. And
No.
Jennifer, I was trying to get to the Hanging Gardens. Thank you very much.
Oh, I was one turn away from that, Jennifer. Come on.
Ah,
Sorry.
Oh yeah,
Apologize.
I
But
really feel that.
but they're pretty. I wanted them.
Yeah. Same.
yeah, we know. That's what we wanted it too.
Yes. Well, fine. No hanging gardens. You know what I'll make instead? A pasture. Thank you
Okay.
for that.
It's not
I'll
really the same, but
I'll
okay.
yes, I'll make a pasture. Thanks, Jen.
Okay. You're welcome. No worries.
Yes, I'll let
Um,
my sheep graze where would have been a magnificent, glorious wonder of the ancient world. But fine, thank you.
Yeah, I
Anyway,
figured someone would be quicker than me if I tried to start building that like 2 turns ago. So I chose something different already, and I think you tried to get in between my two French cities, right, Mike?
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, well, I was quicker.
Well, well, well.
How to turn tables?
Exactly.
Yes.
Fine. You're all nasty because I'm lagging.
Weren't you leading just a few seconds ago? Or maybe not a few seconds anymore, but
Well, that just says something about you.
Holy banana! Jennifer's leading by like 20 points.
Nice one. Good for you.
20
Yeah.
points.
You know, as long as nobody comes and take my cities, we're doing fine.
I would never. Like, what kind of
Thanks for the
monster?
good idea.
What kind of monster would take your cities?
I have an idea in mind, but
Well,
sure.
I heard Draco saying stuff just now. I would be
Yeah.
wary.
I was
Yeah.
just thanking Jennifer for the idea. It's a very, very creative idea.
I do have to say, Draco, that the fact that you put Toulouse there really, really puts a damper on my plans.
Oh, I'm so not sorry at all.
I hear this. I hear your pity. Fine. I'll make my unpronounceable. What Sith am I even?
That's a good start. And there's so much space elsewhere. I
Ah,
officially proclaim that the entire Northwest is French.
No, I am Gilgamesh and I am a boss. So no.
How many cities do you
No.
have?
There we go, Warwagon. Do your thing. I
I
should.
still haven't met Kim. Is Kim hiding?
I saw
on the
Jennifer
mountain?
passing by very quickly.
We have a city. One of my cities borders with yours, Kim.
Is it
Could
Kerma?
you- No, it's Yaroslav.
Ah.
Oh yes, Kerma is my city, and Yaroslav's is yours, and we're neighbors.
Aw,
I know, right?
that sounds like so much fun. Can I join in?
No.
No. I know what I said.
And I also know what I replied, so.
I will pretend it didn't hurt as much as it did.
Well, I'm still salty.
Yeah, I hear that. There's just pain. Like, there's no fun banter, there's just actual pain, you know? Because I felt like I wanted to conquer your sip. And
Well, yeah, but now I'm here building stuff that I know you will take in 2 hours or so. So, you know.
why would I do that? I would never. Come on.
You are so lying.
I would. Why? Maybe I'm a different person. I'm a
Are
different.
you sure?
I'm literally playing a different person. I am Gilgamesh, the conqueror of the world. I think Gilgamesh was literally called God Emperor.
Yeah.
I need to look this up. There was one emperor that pronounced himself God Emperor on this planet. I'm not talking about Dune this time, although I would recommend all of you to look into the fact that this is a movie that is going to go into cinemas later this year. And I, for one, am very excited about that.
I'm totally hyped.
Yes.
Same.
Also, for other people, Foundation, the Foundation series is also going to go, and it's in the make.
Has it ever tried before?
No, Foundation was no. So, 2021 is a good sci-fi year. Like, honestly.
Yeah.
Anyway.
on that happy note.
Yes. Well, at
actually
least
give me a bit of time to concentrate on what I'm doing in this game.
Yeah. It's okay. We can also take breaks and talk about Civ and nonsense stuff. We don't need to talk about all these things all the time, of course. Unless, of course, people in the audience want to talk stuff as well. Right. So if you have questions for Kim, want to play, want to talk about my game style because it's super creative, very on spot. You know, you can see it. Like I have difficulties controlling my mouse because there's a lag in there. So I
It's
play
a
like
turn-based game. What does it matter?
well, there's a time limit,
Oh,
and
yes, it's true. It is quite off-putting, this time limit. You don't have time to really think about what you're doing.
exactly.
It's a dynamic one though. The more units and the more cities, the more time you have.
So what you actually saying is that I need to make more war wagons? Is that what I'm hearing?
Uh,
No, no, no. That's not what you're hearing.
I'm sorry. Why
go
though?
away with your war wagon.
I love
Wait a
my
minute.
war wagons.
Did you just steal my gold?
Yes.
Not
Yes,
cool.
I did. And hello, Pedro. Pedrixvils. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name. What is it? Pedrix? Pedrix? I think that's cool. How are you doing? Where are you from? We are right now playing with Kim, and Kim and I are talking about systemic discrimination in Europe while playing Civ, which can be considered ironic. I would say it's a great way to show the world how we can do it better, maybe. Although I am Gilgamesh and I am literally called the Conqueror of Worlds. So, I don't know. I don't know. Yes, this one. I think that's a great one. There we go. Also, my mouse is not that fast, so oh yeah. So, what are you up to, Kim? What's what kind of victory are you going for today?
I'm a person of peace, so I try to go for culture.
Cool. I was going for science, but then Draco kind of
Took over.
put a damper on my city area, place, location.
Is he forcing you to?
Well, if I really want to research, I need some research space, you know. So yeah, I don't know what to do with that yet. Also, come on, mouse. It's not that difficult. Stop lagging.
So is Jennifer still leading?
I think so. Ooh, an unprotected Zemirian settler. Would be a shame if something happened to him.
Oh, yes. Where is it? I don't want Mike to come close to me.
Are you going to do that? Because that will have repercussions. Like, honestly.
No, I was actually going to propose a non-aggression pact here between Samaria and France.
Okay, I can do. I would like to do that. Yes.
I am just asking. I was just, thinking.
Come on. Yes. Your delegation is most welcome. I think that's a great one.
That's start of a fantastic relationship between
I
two
know,
great
right?
nations.
Please roll the upbeat song, because this is the start of the second phase of this movie, and yeah, now we're having a happy moment.
Yes, happy moment.
Yes, indeed.
I don't like this.
Aww.
You don't like it to be happy?
I don't like them to be friends. Like, now they're going to be friends with each other, then they're going to turn against us. This is how it's going.
I'm too far away from you.
I'm not.
Such kind of evil.
I guess we'll just have to be very good neighbors, my friend.
We will be very good neighbors.
Oh, so here's a question for you all. Even though this is Europe, who knows about Mr. Rogers?
Death silence.
Oh no! Mr. Rogers, it's a cultural phenomenon from the U.S. It's about being friendly and neighborly to everyone, and it's a very, very wholesome show with
Oh wait,
a
did Tom Hanks did a movie about this guy?
yes.
Okay.
Like he is often considered like the epitome of a good person. There was
Okay.
he went into Congress at one point to talk about getting public funding for like getting more funding for public TV, and he kind of persuade a whole Senate by just appeal to emotion and wholesomeness, which
Aw.
I found really cool. And actually, the FBI did. This is hearsay, right? So take this with a grain of salt. The FBI did try to find dirt on him, and apparently they just couldn't find anything after a month or two of digging.
That's just adorable.
I know, right?
Yeah.
And his song is also really cool. It's about "Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you be my neighbor today?" It's cool. Just letting everyone know that. Uh, let's see. War wagons ho. And a ziggurat. That's cool. Mine. There we go. So let's get back on topic because there is a lot more to talk about. And one of the things that, of course, is very big in the Netherlands every year, time and time again, people are very much done with it, but every year, same old, same old. It comes up again, and nobody really likes to do it, but it's a discussion that needs to be waged, right? That's it's the Black Pete discussion, um, and you have you have a lot of people saying let's just leave it be, which is of course very unfair thing because that makes it say okay, just adhere to the status quo, you know, it's fine. It's fine as it is, just leave it be, just let the status quo be. And then at the same time, you have the people saying, like, no, this needs to change. And they're also a bit tired of having to wage the same discussion every year. So that's a thing. Right? What's your take on that? Do you know this discussion?
Yeah.
Of course you do, but of course we need to ask it like that.
No, indeed, it's clearly it's indeed one that comes back every year, and it's actually one which is of course shared with our dear friends in Belgium. So
Yeah.
that's also something which also goes there. Um, where do I stand on the conversation? I think I'm surprised by our willingness if we know that something is uncomfortable for parts for significant portions of our fellow nationals. Why do we insist on doing something which creates pain for others, when in the end the children, which we say were think about the children, this is for the children don't care, the children don't have, they're not thinking about, oh, this is something which has happened for 50 years, 100 years, that type of things. So I think, I things change, traditions change all the time. Maybe it's time for that one to go away.
Yeah.
And also, um, we have to remember again, and it goes back to what we were having at the beginning of the conversation around the fact that history isn't accidental, that there is method behind the madness of history, and that the reason why the history that we have, that we're taught, is there's a particular reason for that.
Yeah.
And Zwarte Piet and those types of things are precisely examples of how the story's been changed and adapted in such a way to create these things. And it's things like also, why do you think everything is the Black Death, the black
Right.
thing? Everything bad is always the black something. And at some point, the people internalize that. So yeah, I think if we can get rid of as many of these kinds of inferences, the better we will all be as a society.
Right.
And Blue Pete will be perfect.
Blue Pete will be perfect. I mean, that is something to look forward to, right? Maybe we can do a little Smurf song with that as well. And that's
Yeah,
only because I like the Smurfs.
I would hope so.
I think. Oh, a classical republic. Perfect.
Is that what you're going for?
Yes. Also, I want production.
I've lost
There.
complete track of my scout. Where the hell is my scout? The scout is like going
This one.
all around the world, and I have no idea where he's going. Has anybody made the Greeks yet?
Made a what?
Yes,
the Greeks, yes.
they threatened me.
That's so mean.
So mean indeed. They told me I should settle somewhere else.
Aw.
Oh, they said that to me too, and I said,
What a
No.
very bellicose.
And
Yeah.
they said no.
So
well, I wanted to say something else, but then I remembered that the stream is PG-13, so I was like, okay, I'll be more polite.
thank you for that. That's
You're
probably for
welcome.
the best. So here SP Timmer makes a good statement, right? The discussion itself is now more of a tradition than celebrating Saint Nicholas himself. And that's a good point, right? Because this so a bit of context for people that don't know this discussion. Every year you have the celebration of Sinterklaas in the Netherlands, and Sinterklaas is a old saint. According to the narrative right now, he is 800 something years old. He comes from Spain, even though he comes from Turkey in the actual history. And right there we go. Interesting fact about that. And he comes over and brings gifts and treats to the good children, and puts the old children into a bag, brings them back to Spain, and does stuff with them, which they have changed over time because now it's they just don't get treats, which is maybe a bit nicer, right? They left alone the fairy tale and the horror behind it. But the Sint also has helpers, which are, well, what's the word? They're dressed as Moors, and these are often white people being painted with blackface, which is, to be very clear, there's a difference between an American blackface and a European blackface, although the end result is, of course, a thing, and it's the same. But there is that issue that this is a party or a celebration of something that has been going strong for 150 years, which about 12 years ago was raised again after several attempts, because this was not the first time that this was raised, but this was the first time it was raised and became a big thing. That this might not be of this time anymore, that it might be time to change this tradition, which caused an outrage because people didn't want this tradition to change, because they were afraid that the children might not like it anymore, or they felt that traditions shouldn't be tarnished. And well, that discussion has been going strong for 12 years now. Every year there's a 2-month time frame to do this. And there's a lot of fatigue in there, but at the same time there's quite a bit at stake here, of course, because even the UN said like made a public statement saying like this is a problematic kind of party, with the way it's being done right now, and maybe we should look into changing it. But at the same time, you have the opponent saying this is a tradition. There's nothing wrong with celebrating traditions. It's a children's party. Leave it alone. So yeah, that's where we are right now. And at the same time, there's been a lot of change and a lot of progression. I think at this point in time in the Netherlands, I think a majority, correct me if I'm wrong here, Kim, has stated that it might be time to revise this and look into alternatives.
Hallelujah. But indeed, um, indeed, and I think it's an interesting example of if we're serious about wanting to tackle systemic discrimination, it does mean that we as Europeans have to accept that not everything that history not everything that Europe has done throughout history has been a positive contribution to the world, and we can't correct that. Right. And also, I don't think people should feel that we are that or that they should feel responsible for it or having to excuse themselves for it. But I think what it does mean is that we need to then be willing to have uncomfortable conversations about these things, and also to be willing to forego things which, to no fault of our own, have become part of our societies and had a particular reason for being, which no longer applies. And that's the case with Zwarte Piet in the Netherlands. There's lots of other traditions, and it's a surprising amount of traditions like it that exist throughout Europe. And it's those kinds of traditions we have to learn to let go of. And we'll create new traditions. These traditions, as we were discussing, they've changed over time. That's not by accident that they've changed. They've changed because they had to change to keep up with the times. And I think I have confidence Zwarte Piet will survive a different version, and it will be more inclusive. And guess what? All the children will be much better for it. And I want to maybe open up something here, that we underestimate the impact that these images like Zwarte Piet have on children who look like Zwarte Piet. And the fact that you have girls who, when you tell them, black girls in particular, if you tell them, what is pretty, that they will default to a white doll as opposed to a doll like them that looks like them, highlights the kind of things why it's important to actually quote unquote attack is the wrong word, but to why we need to change these things to actually create a situation where all the children feel that they are beautiful, and that it doesn't matter what they look like, but that the person who looks like them is beautiful.
Yeah. Not make sure that they don't develop a weird kind of complex where they find themselves less pretty or hold themselves to weird beauty standards that don't have a place to exist in this world, right? That's
exactly.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, is that if we don't solve that from the very beginning, then they grow up thinking that way, and they'll keep on growing up thinking that way. And we see that also with girls, for example, that they don't think that they are good enough to go for certain jobs. They don't think that they're good enough that their opinion is worthy enough to challenge somebody else. So all of these things are missed opportunities, both for the individual, but in the end, also missed opportunities for society, who could benefit from a different approach or from a different take on things.
Yeah. Yeah, because there is... Oh, wait. Give me a second. There. Because there is a lot of critique about on this, which of course has to be addressed every time. Right, so one of the big things is we're rewriting history. You're making us forget our past. Right? And that's to say that maybe we shouldn't. That also ties into the statue discussion we had a couple of years. Well, last year, was it last year? Yeah. Um, like, is this really the same as forgetting your past? Is that really what's going on? Right? Should we um, stop this and maybe just forget it ever happened, like the pharaohs, or is there a bit more nuance in there?
I would hope there's yeah, I would hope there's room for nuance, and I think it's again highlighting that the history that we were taught in school is an imperfect one. That there are many things which were left out for political reasons, for to
Mm.
justify certain things, to wash away certain guilt that the nation might have. So, so we're not trying to say that you ignore history. On the contrary, what we're
Yeah.
saying is that we need to put history in the context of where it emerged, and to give it the proper scrutiny it deserves, and to really accept that history has certain flaws, and that the purpose of us being here is to question it and to improve it um, and in the end to correct it if it's wrong. And very
Right.
often we're learning it's very often very wrong. um, and hopefully together we can actually we can actually look at it with a fresh pair of eyes, and
Right.
through that fresh pair of eyes we can learn things which we perhaps didn't know before, and as a result of that we can actually situate ourselves better in terms of what we have to learn and take away from history.
Yeah. So it's not about forgetting at all. It's about making sure that all of history is being remembered.
Exactly.
Yeah. Which yeah also needs a bit of space. Another one is, and that is the personal attack kind of thing. Is a lot of people feel that they are personally being held responsible for the actions of stuff that happened 200 years ago. Right? That's often heard. Right? What do I have to do with that? This is just the way it is. Let's do a clean sheet and make sure that everything that it happens now.
Yeah, and we had a panel discussion earlier this week with a couple of people outside of Volt who were essentially giving us guidance and advice in terms of how essentially we make good on our ambition to be an inclusive movement.
Yeah.
And we talked a little bit about this. We talked a little bit about that very often what happens with this conversation is that people feel very uncomfortable because they feel very personally attacked, or they they're blamed for being they're blamed for their position in society, and that they're blamed for being white, and they can't help it, they were born that way, in the same way that the person who's black is born that way, same way that the person who's Jewish is born that way, the person who's disabled is born that way. So
Yeah.
why am I being blamed for these things? And I don't think you're being blamed for those things. I think that's the important thing to highlight. What this conversation is about is to recognize that the cards we were dealt with are inherently unjust. And ideally, what we're hoping through this conversation to do is to foster a greater awareness of everyone's privilege,
Hmm.
because and through that privilege of the responsibility that you wield to make sure that that privilege is shared, so that
Right.
more of us can be enriched together. And I think that's the important part of this conversation. Um, and I think, and I know that in sometimes it doesn't feel that way because of the way the conversation is. Um, but I think um, I've lost my train of thought now. So that's um, but I think that so I don't think that people should feel that they are being that they're being personally aggressed. And I know that sometimes people will get challenged, but I think we have to particularly those who are in a privileged position, who've had the advantages,
Right.
be aware that these conversations we've had for decades, that we've been trying to put this message forward for decades, that the topic of discrimination has come and gone in so many different ways.
Yeah.
So indeed people lose patience, and it's not their responsibility to be sensitive to you. ideally what should happen is that you're sensitive to the fact that they have been in that situation for so long, and maybe sometimes the critique comes very rough and very harsh,
Right.
but it's important to accept that and to learn from it and to ideally move forward together. And I think that's the takeaway I would hope everyone would get from that.
That's nice. That's good. Yeah. So just make sure that it's not about it's not about you.
No, and that sometimes it's difficult to accept
Yeah.
that. It's not about you.
That's a hard pill to swallow. I want everything to be about me, of course. Come on.
Isn't it? Sorry, unfortunately, but hey, the world
More
is
than
not either.
honestly, more than happy that it's not. That would be a very big responsibility to actually shoulder. Right? That's oof. Um. Anyway, that's yeah. That was very nice. Thank you for that. That was because it's difficult, right? It's difficult to have to deal with uh, these kind of rhetorics, right? I personally try to be an ally in whatever way I can, and at the same time, I feel that whenever these talks are brought up, it's it becomes a very circular thing, and it's difficult to stay objective and stay relaxed at the same time. So, what's your that would be a personal question from me is what can I do to be an ally, and how can I make sure that I am productive in that, right? When I talk to people.
um, I think the so I think Volt's message, in fact, is the way I would suggest any of us approach this. And it's really around listening, it's really around recognizing, and it's really around connecting and then empowering. And I think the the important thing with this particular topic, and I think you sometimes, and I'm guessing some of you might recognize this, you might kind of feel that you're being an ally, or you see something and therefore you instinctively want to act and say, and want to kind of be there to support the cause and to loudly express your support. And then you might get surprised when somebody says, that's not, you're speaking out of turn, you shouldn't be saying anything.
Yeah.
And I think that's a genuine concern I know that many people have when they're trying to be allies to this cause, and then they don't know they don't know which way to go. And I think that's the white savior kind of complex speaking there, where you feel that that you need to be there to speak and to protect and to defend, whereas perhaps what the other person is looking for is not necessarily that you do that,
Mm-hmm.
but is more that you support them in making the case.
Yeah.
So it's really kind of finding a way to be able to take a step back and letting the person be in the forefront to be able to wage and to empower themselves to fix the problem. And I think that's something. And I think listening is really important in that regard. So really listening to what do they want you to do
Yeah.
exactly. Maybe sometimes they'll say, I don't know, I actually want you to say something, but if you and then you're fine. Then you've actually been given permission, in essence, to take the space and to really use your privilege to support of them.
Right.
But it's very different when you have somebody else who's kind of, who expresses anger and whatnot. When it's like, but you've not experienced this, so why are you angry, kind of thing. so,
Right.
so that's really important. It's really the listening part. I think there's also the education part. So reading up and reading things, reading expressions from different communities and learning about them, and learning that there is. And also really appreciating the nuance. I think sometimes we, in our desire to group people and our desire to build boxes for people, we sometimes forget that, for example, Africa is not a nation. It is a
Right.
continent with hundreds of tribes, with hundreds of cultural expressions. So to group everyone in terms of one African group doesn't make any sense and betrays the unwillingness to really learn more about the people that we're talking about. So I think the education part is actually super important.
Right.
And also, I think authorizing oneself to make mistakes.
Yeah.
We're all going to make mistakes. Even I make mistakes on these types of topics. Experts make mistakes all the time. You might misread something. You might I don't know. You might forget. You might address someone with the wrong expression. Those types of things. It's okay. you know, it's fine to make mistakes. It's fine to it's these are learning opportunities, if anything else.
Hmm.
And I think people should allow themselves more to be, as long as you come with a genuine willingness to learn, to connect. You're not if you learn from mistakes and you're open enough to hear the critique if necessary, and that you're
Right.
willing to move forward, then everything will be fine. And I think, and anybody who has been discriminated will accept you for those mistakes and will appreciate you making the effort in the first place. And I think so. Those would be all the kinds of advice I would have for you.
Cool.
To
Thank you.
not be afraid to make mistakes. We all do.
That
We all
that's
will.
that's a great life lesson. If for anything, I think personally. Thank you. That's really thanks. And so what about what about talking to your racist uncle? You know, that kind of issue.
What to do about that? Well, so when so to give everyone information, so like I don't know if I want to go down that route actually.
It's a
um,
difficult one,
I've,
honestly.
I've experienced a version of the racist uncle. Um, I it's maybe it's also it's perhaps my personality. I'm a very forgiving person, so I don't expect perfection, and I think in the end, um, and I don't think the solution is to make them exclude. If you see what I mean, so like hitting racism head on sometimes isn't beneficial. Sometimes it's more about educating, or if they come out with an outrageous statement, of providing the counterexample, or of encouraging, of creating opportunities for them for their own misconceptions to be challenged is a
Right.
great way forward. Um, so I think it's those kinds of things, I guess, which need to be done. Um, I think, yeah, that's where I would leave it. I guess it's in the end, racism, it comes often from ignorance, and you fight ignorance with what? You fight ignorance with education, and you fight ignorance with counterexamples. And I think that would be the role I would have.
Right.
And clearly, if they do come out and say something outrageous, that you do say, "Hey, that's outrageous. Here are some counterexamples." So, staying silent should certainly not be the one I would say we should be doing.
Right. It's that would be the convenient answer, right?
Yeah,
That's the thing we are not trying to do is be like, ah, oh, let's not pick this battle. I don't feel like it today.
exactly.
Right. Okay. Thank you. This is maybe next time I can when someone tries to make like between air quotes a funny joke,
Oh
I
yeah.
can oh, it's so cringy. It's just sad. But anyway, um, there's something I can illuminate, hopefully. But let's see. Let's take a little. We have a statement from SP Timmer. In my opinion, the tradition of Black Pete here is okay. Sorry about this, by the way, SP Timmer. I haven't come back to the chat all that much. Also, Marty Party. In my opinion, the tradition is okay. In my life, I never once connected Black Pete to racism or black people. I would be fine with leaving it as a children's party, but my pain is in adults using black teeth as insults against black people, which is simply outrageous. So a good compromise, in my opinion, is suit swipe Pete.
Yeah. um, so for me, am I personally hurt or touched by Black Pete? Probably not. But at the same time, I know many people who are.
Right.
And I think we have to recognize that those people are. And I think if you really look at uh, the portrayal of Black Pete, I think there's plenty to ask about and to wonder about. So I think will the children be upset if Zwarte Piet becomes Purple Piet? I have a serious doubt about it. The only people who are making a big deal about it in the end are the adults, and why are they making a big deal about it? That's a good question.
Yeah, it's that is a very good question. So maybe that's also a bit interesting to talk about. Like, why are these people creating such a big fuss out of change? Right? Doesn't everyone just want to make a world where everyone feels comfortable in? Right? That's
I think it's for the same reasons why the conversations about colonialism, why the conversations about the fact that you have these colonizers who have glorious statues all around the city
right.
centers. Why are those conversations important? They're important because they are the reference points that we as people will go back to draw inspiration from, to push us forward as a generations and that type of thing. So they are important, but that's precisely why they're important. Why they're important for us is the exact same reason why Zwarte Piet is important for another person, because many people will of course remember very fondly their childhood,
Right.
that they had Zwarte Piet, and that Zwarte Piet brought lots of candy and it was fun and all that type of things. So so when we're attacking Zwarte Piet, we're also in essence attacking their childhood. And of course, that's really uncomfortable because my childhood was great. Why are you trying to attack my childhood? Why are you trying to change things? And I want to pass that on to my children. So it's not, I think that's the part where perhaps those who are fighting racism are maybe not sensitive enough to the fact that probably the pushback isn't necessarily a pushback because they don't recognize that it might be racist, but the pushback is because it's it's part of who they were. It's part of their heritage. They're
Right.
part of their memories as children. So of course there is that tension point there. But I
Right.
don't think that should be an excuse for trying to find a better traditions which are more inclusive and where every child comes out of that particular experience feeling happy as opposed to feeling very uncomfortable or very sad. And for me, the fact that there are black children who clearly have cried over Zwarte Piet, for me
Yeah.
that should be enough of a reason to stop it right there and there. If one child is unhappy with this party, that should be enough to stop it, because clearly it's not fun for everyone. And if it's not fun for everyone, why do we keep these traditions and insist on these traditions which really are not happy for, don't create happiness for some? And I think if the more we think more in that way, for the betterness of everyone, not just for one particular group, the better we will be. And I think that hopefully would be a better way to address this Wachter Pete situation. But I understand that for many, it's part of their childhood.
Yeah, it comes from a place of pain, right? We that's maybe also important. I feel that this is a bit of a broader issue, maybe. That when we talk about populists and the people that don't like immigrants, the xenophobes, that these are also people and they don't necessarily act and think in the way that is purely out of malintent or hate. These are people with real emotions and feelings, and I think one of the big things that people will need to learn is that you can only reach people if you actually acknowledge them as such, right? So it doesn't help if you perceive people who like Zwarte Piet as enemies. That won't change anything, because then they will become enemies, right? That's
Exactly.
yeah. That's
The way you set the scene creates a yeah. It creates the outcome. Exactly.
yeah.
So if you keep like we were saying, if you keep on addressing them as them, well, then there will never be an us, because you've already decided that there isn't an us and them. You've created the us and them, and exactly the same thing here. Yeah.
That's difficult though, because you must say like, I disagree with you, but at the same time, and I disagree with you, and I really want this to change. This needs to change. You can be very adamant about it, but I respect you as a person regardless of my feelings and our disagreement.
Yes. And
Right.
that's the important part. It goes back to respect, and I think, and that's indeed a two-way street.
Yes. That.
So, and that's and clearly, I mean, sometimes we forget that.
Yeah.
We forget to listen to each other.
It's I think that's a problem as old as time itself. We as humans like to other, unfortunately, of course. That's yeah. No, it's a thing. It's also one of the big, for me personally, it's one of the biggest reasons that I appreciate Volt, is the belief that we can overcome that, which is also the big premise about the EU, of course, as was stated before. And that will be my utopia, I think. Something that we can actually build together, imperfect as that may be, and learn.
Yeah, exactly.
I
I
would
have
like
to ask
that.
Jennifer something as to why she denounced me.
Whoa! Yeah,
I don't know what I did.
I'm also denounced by Jen.
Oh, you guys announced me. I was kicked out of the game. I didn't do it.
Were you kicked out?
Yeah, like my
Yeah,
Wi-Fi
briefly.
was not working, so like
Oh my, they didn't even realize you were gone. That's kind of sad.
yeah, I mean,
This is typical men. We forget to.
I don't want to talk about that, but okay. And nobody realizes I'm gone. I come back and everyone is denouncing me. Like, I feel not welcomed.
Aw.
Well, I will very much stop denouncing you.
Thank you.
I did not even denounce you. I think
No, I did not. I did not either. Like, I really didn't.
I think the computer just decided to denounce you.
Well, that makes me feel even worse.
Aw.
I mean, you leave for 2 seconds and everyone is already,
Aw,
mean.
that's
Where the hell is my?
It just means that that your presence here is pivotal in the well-being of this world. You know, we don't want
Really?
a civilizational war. We don't. We really don't.
Okay. Good to know.
I know, right?
Oh my.
How is that for bullshit? Sorry.
I mean,
I mean it though.
sure.
So I have a few comments from the chat. So here we have Pierre. I know, right? So here we have Pierre Anderson saying, over here in Sweden we have Saint Lucia celebration. This involves people taking on a variety of characters and take part in songs with a lead portraying Lucia herself. Decades ago there was a debate on whether it's okay to require that person to have blonde hair or not, with the more modern wanting to allow more diverse hair color. They won in the end, and now almost no one cares about cares at all about Lucia's hair color. Well, and there you have it, right? That's
Yes, and that the exact same thing will happen when we have purple Pete. It'll be an issue for our generation, and probably not even as much of a generation.
I mean I can see that makes perfect sense, right? People just change is scary, and this world is a bit of a scary place. So maybe those small things. It's like dipping your feet into the water. It's cold at first, and then you're like, should have done this ages ago.
That's a great way to put it.
And with that, S.P. Timmer also says, I think Purple Pete is okay as well. One does not exclude the other, and I think it's a perfect example of breaking traditions and status quo.
Yeah, that's a great way.
Nice. Yeah, cool. Oh no. I need to think about whether I will make an industrial zone. I think I will. Let's get productive. Oh yeah. Indeed. Yeah, so Pierre Anderson also remarks, this is not the same as skin color, but it does show that changing these small details about a tradition does not hurt in the end. Yeah.
No, and if anything, it probably helps children more than we realize. Because I think role models make a huge difference in terms of the way, and it's more kind of, for me, it's really in particular in helping children to project themselves. So if your entire horizon through music, through education, through the people you meet and encounter, limit you and don't push you to stretch your wings and to fly away type of stuff. That sounds very corny. Sounds very Walt Disney. If you don't have those types of things,
I like that though.
reality is that's exactly what will happen. So you do need you need these reference points, and if they don't exist, we have to create these reference points so that every child in Europe feels confident enough to do that. And building confidence isn't accidental. And actually, that's something that Americans are really good at. They're really good at making, in their school systems and everything like that, of making children which are very confident in themselves, in who they can be, and that they can change the world type of thing. In Europe, we're not very good at creating, our school system isn't really creating that kind of feeling, although I think that's changing quite rapidly. But that also then indeed means that these types of things have to also be addressed so that all children really feel that they can do what they set out to do. And then we have to make sure that the systems on the other side are built up in such a way to embrace them as opposed to shun them, either by intent or by accident.
Right. Yeah. So let's delve into that a bit, because it also boils down to a bit of storytelling now, doesn't it? Right, with the idea of having a success story for people, for minorities or the underprivileged, or well, basically everyone, to see how can I succeed, right? Role models, stories. And I remember having read one article about the Hillary Trump elections, where one of the arguments given, that one of the reasons that was stated that Hillary didn't win and wouldn't have been able to win against Trump, was that there was no narrative built around a woman being able to hold the election, like hold the presidency, because either American women are portrayed as subservient in modern culture, or as shrewd and bossy and mean, which is unappealing. Which is weird, of course, and I'm sure there are far more than that, of course, but this is to make the argument that this is might be a thing to think about, right? But what do we have? What's the influence of that? It must be huge, right? How can you not?
Yeah. Hillary is an interesting person to bring up. Um, I mean, Hillary was there's a particular thing with Hillary, and Americans never really kind of caught on to Hillary. I don't know if if Hillary had if it wasn't Hillary and somebody else, I think Americans would are prepared. I think to vote for a woman
Hmm.
president. I'm just not sure Hillary was the right person at that particular moment. Um, and and part of it, yeah, absolutely. Part of it was the fact that she's a woman and she's a strong woman. She has has very definite positions and that type of thing. So I'm sure there's part of it is that. I think there's also part of it is just Hillary
Yeah,
as well. Um, so I wouldn't I hesitate to read too much into it with regards to Hillary
that's fair.
because um, but at the same time, there's clearly still a glass ceiling. To deny it would be a fallacy, and that there is still a huge amount of work to be done in this space is clear. I mean, for me, I think we as society, if we seem to be comfortable with this idea that it will take 100 years for the gender pay gap to finally be resolved,
Right.
uh, to think that 100 years is good. It's I no, right? It's like we've got to do something.
It would be maybe for the best, to fix that a bit earlier because it's again there's also a huge economic disadvantage with this going on. Like macroeconomically, it's indefensible that this is still a thing,
Exactly.
which is holding economies back. But on the Hillary matter, maybe we need to rephrase it then because I was more thinking about the as an example, saying that it's about people knowing stories of successful women on top,
Hmm.
and in the U.S. there is no narrative of a which would work for a woman president.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, indeed. Um, and I guess
And
in some ways, very much so as well across Europe.
exactly. So what would we need to what's the thought about making traditions and story do more storytelling, right, with with other cultural success stories within.
Um, I think we have things like um, how to say it. One of the things which I think clearly, like from a Volt perspective,
Mm-hmm.
like as a political movement, one of the things that we certainly can do is to position ourselves ideally in a place where we can put candidates forward who actually represent these groups which have never sat in those kinds of seats of powers, or if they have, that we make sure that they keep on coming back. So I think there is something about parties being courageous enough to place individuals who can be role models for these particular groups in a place where they can actually in a position where they can actually make that kind of change.
Right.
So I think that's true of every sector of society. The more we have civil servants who are from these different diverse backgrounds and are also, in high places, the better society will be for it. The same is true for business, for education, all those types of things. It makes a difference. It makes a huge difference, and it's hard to measure it, but it has a very sizable thing, and we see it. It's interesting how the sports where you have those role models are precisely the places where um, the children choose to go into. Why? Well, because they see themselves there.
Yeah.
That's the same is true then in politics, and same is true in economics and all that type of thing.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? It's very logical. You go what you recognize. People are. How can you do something that you have no idea is a possibility?
Yeah.
Right. That's unless you're like a super explorer and you actively do that. But yeah,
There are not many who would do that.
no, no. It's cool though if you can. I would be very jealous, but anyway, that's not something you can rely on, or that's not something a society should rely on. Of course, that just doesn't make sense.
Exactly, exactly. And luckily, we've had people who've been good enough to help us do that. So, and
Yeah,
we have history's greats are precisely those types of people, but they're indeed the exception compared to the rule,
yeah.
as we know.
So also yes, SP Timmer, Hillary did have more votes, and it was the gerrymandering. You're completely right with that, of course. Um,
Yes, the joy of the electoral college.
yes, it's a thing. But yeah, that's if nothing else, it was still a problem because by all on all accounts, Donald Trump should not have the amount of votes he garnered in the U.S., regardless of the actual profitable outcome, just due to the fact, like even electorally, the Republicans did not expect Trump to get as much votes because he was too outrageous for the Republicans. So there's clearly a lot more going on which is not being addressed, and that's about exclusion as well, right? Because that's yeah, the well, the forgotten in the U.S., same as Europe, are actually forgotten, and there's a huge soil for them to thrive hate on, because honestly, it's they are also not getting the good end of the stick all the time. Trying
Yeah,
to
and that's why we push on the idea of systemic inclusion, and I think it's not just inclusion for those who have been the ethnic minorities and the religious minorities and that type of thing. I think it's also indeed um, anybody who's been disadvantaged, and I think for me, systemic inclusion boils down to one question. It's kind of like you're sitting in the room and you basically have to ask yourself, am I missing anybody? Who's missing? And
oof.
just the fact of asking that question will, quote unquote, hopefully make you realize, there might be somebody missing. And indeed, if you look at the rise of populist movements and all that type of things, the reason why those those people are so angry is indeed because they've been left behind. Uh, in the same way that in the U.S. the Midwest has been left behind tremendously.
Yeah,
So I do indeed think that there is truth here in terms of why of, of being sensitive to the imbalances that our society fosters and figuring out, in essence, the way in which we the way in which we can counterbalance that together with those who've been disadvantaged. And I think it's also that's for me that's also really important is this idea that it shouldn't be it shouldn't be only those who are disadvantaged who have to solve the issue. But at the same time, the best way to solve an issue is by letting those who've been disadvantaged be in the driving seat.
right.
And I think I would hope that Volt very much, and as it becomes and matures as a political party, really moves into that kind of thinking. of creating that kind of policy making.
Yeah. Make sure that the people that so to summarize, make sure that the people who need to talk about stuff actually get the platform to talk about stuff by
Yeah,
getting into those positions to talk about stuff.
exactly.
Well, that would be very, very useful.
And I think sometimes it will create, uh, how shall we say, it will create a very, the solutions will come up in terms of policy solutions will be very intriguing and will be very unexpected, I think.
Do you
Because
have?
very often I
Sorry.
think the solutions to things that the majority comes up versus things that those who are disadvantaged come up are very different. I'm just trying to think of an example of that.
Yes, that was
So
my
I
next.
used
That will be my next question.
I was thinking that you were probably going to ask me that. When I'm thinking actually. So I in a previous life I was working for a region called the northeast of the northeast of England, so Newcastle upon Tyne and that type of region.
Yeah.
And what I've always found, and I was working representing them in Brussels, but I was doing all of their kind of policy work around employment, social affairs, equalities, and that sort of stuff. And so I end up spending a lot of time working um, with social workers in the northeast of England to understand kind of what they were doing and that type of things.
Right.
And one of the things which is really interesting is that and they were doing this kind of work where they were really letting those who are the end users of the services really kind of let them kind of drive the services and that type of things. And what you end up with are things like um, changing the working times of the front desk. So realizing that those who are probably being supported can't usually take time off when they're doing their work. So
Right.
having standard working business hours where it's only from 8 till 5 is not very helpful, and which means that access to the social services is really difficult for somebody who's also having to probably manage 2 or 3 jobs at the same time, and probably gets very little flexibility from their employer to
Right.
actually disappear. So it's stuff like that which we wouldn't think of. Well, those who are in a privileged position wouldn't think of because they don't live in that experience.
Yeah.
But if you let somebody who has drive that process, then guess what? They might actually come up with a solution which actually will be beneficial for them and their
Yeah.
peers.
It's about creative thinking, lateral thinking, which
Yeah,
if you're really stuck inside a small thing, then inside a stigma, then yeah, makes perfect sense, right? That's oof.
yeah.
Interesting. That's a very good point.
Oh man, the
So,
game always is waiting for me. Sorry.
it's oof, it's the same for me. So how's it going there?
I would like to have more studies by now. I think uh, I think my dear neighbor Jennifer has lots more cities.
Is Jennifer taking over the empire?
That's not true.
No,
I am being a very lovely neighbor.
you are. I concur.
Save from, those 2 minutes where I wasn't here and apparently, you know.
Well, I will always be a peaceful neighbor to you. Promise.
Oh, thank you.
That's so endearing. And Draco, how about you? How's it going?
Yeah, I'm just spreading my religion and it's going fine.
Right,
I need an entire army.
I need to be mindful of the fact that there's also religion in this game. Yes. I keep forgetting that that's a thing.
It's sadly the color system is really bad in Civ 6, so there often happen to be religions with the exact same colors, and that's the case again here. Though we have 2 green religions. Oh, there's Buddhism now, which is pink. That's new. Oh, two green ones and the pink one. Where's Buddhism from?
In real life?
No.
Okay.
Oh, Russia. Okay. In this game.
Yeah, it's me.
Buddhism isn't from Russia, sillies.
It is now.
I would like to see a Russian Buddhist sect. That would be really cool, honestly.
I'm sure it exists.
Yeah, what was
Of
about
course,
to say?
it must exist, but I just like in one of the Russian, in one of the central Russian provinces having like a huge Buddhist temple. That would be so cool. Wow, I'm just trying to figure out how that would work. That sounds really really cool. And then you're like, yeah, no, we're just chilling here, doing our Buddhist things. Awesome.
I feel like my cities have been like stuck in production cycles for eons.
Oh,
Well,
I know this feeling.
4,000 years have passed, so we're at 380 AD. Also, let's see, where are we now? And chat, how is it going there? Is everyone hyped, up to speed? Tell me a bit, how's it going and where are you from? Do you have questions for Kim? Big things. Also, before it gets too late, there is while you're typing this out, because I expect like tons of chat right now. Come on, people. There's big news here. Because as of next week, our Vault game night will not take place on Saturday evening anymore, but on Thursdays. Because that is, of course, prime time. But be mindful of that. So starting from next Thursday, our game night will be on that day rather than on Saturday. Yes, big things. Let's see. And aside from that, I think I want to do this. Yes. Oh, I'm sure this will save my society more knowledge. Yes.
Unless it's the knowledge of losing.
Oh. No, that would be
That
sad.
burns.
That
burns.
It does. The knowledge of losing. Oof. There we go. Fine, I'll build a harbor.
Oh, I saw that.
Yes, it's next to Toulouse, but it's
Yes.
for friendly relations.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Oh
That's
man,
what
I'm like
Russia said
almost
about
lost.
its navy in you know where.
There we go. And oh yeah, pasture, of course. Awesome. Maybe actually click on that. Yes, I clicked on it. Amazing. So let's see. Oh god, I'm sorry, Pierre. I'm going to butcher the name where you're from. Örebro, Sweden. I'm so sorry if I messed that up. But awesome. And SP Timmer saying not a question, but so far thank you, Kim, for being there, being here. It's really interesting. And there's a little heart right there. Have to say, like, I feel the same. Thank you so much for being on this chat. It's a blast.
Yes.
Can I see some purple hearts in the chat though? Yes. Close enough. Thank you, Pierre, for not mocking me and my lack of Swedish knowledge. I'm so sorry. With that though, I can safely say that I am really good at making more cities. So just putting that out there. Yes. Yes, I will make a city on top of deers. I'm sorry. There's animal displacement going on here. Yes, and I see some purple hearts. Yes, thank you. Awesome. Um, ooh, this is what I want though. This is really what I want. Let's see. Oh, my mouse. It's so slow. I have a bit of lag in my mousey. I know I told people this already, but it's very, very, very annoying. Come on. Come on. Yes, come on. You can do it. Yeah.
The French scout.
Well, hello there.
Bonjour.
General Kenobi.
Finally, I have a wolf wonder. Took me long enough.
You have a wonder.
Yeah, I feel like building stuff takes forever.
How fast is the normal game time you use, Kim?
Don't know. Epic, I think, actually.
Epic. So everything takes ages, like literal.
Yeah. Yes. I
Is
like
the-
to have time to think about these things and to build like a story in my head.
So this is like every time you start up this game, it's the epic of Kim.
It's the epic of the European Union.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if the chat heard about this, but this is really cool. So tell us how you play Civ normally.
Yeah, so normally I would be I would take a custom. I'd actually base it probably on France because I like the cultural thing. But then I would make it the European Union, and basically like all of my cities are then the European capitals. So I try to have as many of the European capitals by the end of the game.
That's the Volt spirit right there.
Yeah.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, I don't know where it started, but yeah, I think it's probably because when Civilization first came out, I was actually living in Silicon Valley. So yeah, so I was playing the game in the US, but I was very much homesick for Europe. So it was a way to, I guess, feel connected with the homeland.
With the homeland. So you lived in Silicon Valley, actually.
Yeah. So I lived in basically where a lot of the companies began. It's kind of like in the Cupertino, Atherton, Palo Alto, Menlo Park type of area, and so basically I was living right there in the epicenter of all of that. And I was living during the first silicon kind of boom. So it was like early 90s to about the 2000s. So kind of during the Bill Clinton years. So yeah.
Wow, cool. Oh wow.
It was a cool time to be in the Silicon Valley. But what's really interesting is kind of like like the things like the Trump situation and also like the evangelical stuff that the US is struggling with and all that sort of stuff. That was already starting to happen when I was living there. So a lot of the things which we kind of go like, where did this come from? Actually, it's been a long time in the making, actually, in the US, and they've been going down this road for quite some time, actually.
Yeah, this is not new, right? People should have seen this coming.
Yeah. And the US has always been very it's and I think this is where history, knowing history and knowing all the different aspects of history is really interesting, because a lot of what the US is experiencing at the moment can really be explained through history and
right
and so yeah, so indeed, like the type of religion that, and religion is really important to Americans, which is sometimes Europeans don't get that in the US it's really religion. There isn't that separation between state and religion quite the same way that it's played out in Europe, where we're very strict separation. In the US, it's not quite like that, and also many people there follow a very particular type of Protestantism, which was judged to be too extreme for Europe. So it also explains the way they relate to religion and the way they relate to God and those types of things
Yeah.
is very particular to the type of Protestantism that's spread in the U.S.
Okay, yeah, that makes. So it's a very, very extreme type of religion. It's big there, and of course, it's a younger country, right? It's just
Yeah, although Europe is the youngest country.
that's true. That is actually true. We must not forget that.
Yeah, and I think sometimes actually we, how should I say? I think we sometimes don't give Europe enough credit for that. That actually, if you think about it, particularly by by country standards, it's a very young country.
Right. Yeah, it is actually, with its growing pains. But because at
Yeah,
the same time we have a huge, huge legacy which we have to deal with, right? Because yeah, we are maybe the youngest country, but at the same time we are also the one with the most stuff in the
yeah.
background, right? We also like to pretend that we have a lot of stuff, even though that might not always be for the best. There's a bit of a
As well.
there we go. So here we have hello Diegons, thank you. How are you doing? And Zero Soul, if I buy gift subs, where does the money go? That's a question that actually is going to be have to be addressed not by me, but by the lovely counter people in the chat as well. And I don't mean Kim. So maybe Jennifer, do you have an answer for that?
Yes and no. So we haven't really decided where the money that comes from Twitch goes, like to which purpose. But I assume because we have a fundraiser going on at the moment with clearly stated goals that are that is on our website, and one of the goals is spreading our message on social media. I assume the money is going to go there because it's comms money.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that, Jen. So, Zirasul, I hope that answers your question a bit. And then we have Pierre Anderson saying the EU, yeah. We have the national old institutions interacting with the very new ones of the EU. That's true. It's a clash. And it's also a huge experiment. Let's not forget how experimental this whole setup is. Yeah,
It's
and then
historic.
it's it breeds history. Also this one, give me a second. There we go. And then we have Pierre Anderson, no, Diegon saying, I did my sub in good faith since I feel like anywhere you want to invest, it's good. It's for the best of the movement. Well, thank you. That's really cool, Diego. It's I'm pretty sure that will be cool. That will be done. And Zero Soul, thank you. You subscribed. Awesome. Thank you so much. That's really cool. Really appreciate that. Can I see some purple hearts? And seems like seems like I convinced Zero Soul. Yes. Cheers. Appreciate that. Indeed. There we go.
That's 2 thumbs up and a Facebook like.
I mean, boom, there we go. Let's see. So, in the meantime, I made a farm, you know? Sometimes you just gotta lay down and make sure that you have food.
The
I'm
real
just impressed how many
priorities.
cities Jennifer has. It's like crazy amounts. I clearly have not been focusing on the right things.
Like, I have to say though that I'm do making them because like I'm scared.
Why?
Well, because now the more that I have, if Mike comes and starts taking them, it's gonna take him a lot more time to get them all.
Oh my.
You make it sound like Pokemon, but you have to know what that motto is, right?
Gotta
No,
catch them
please,
all,
no.
gotta catch them all. Gotta catch 'em all.
Indeed.
Do you think she has a shiny city?
A shiny city. I want a red Gyarados. A red city. I would never. And every now and then you need to let people know they can use their Prime to subscribe for free, like them big streamers. Ooh. They can use their Prime to subscribe for free like them big streamers. Let's get there. That's a place we should go to. Be one of the big fellers. Oh, I would be bigger if I could just use my mouse like a proper person, but I cannot.
There's so many barbarians.
Really?
Yeah,
See,
right
I
here.
know, right?
The tip I'd have is to annihilate them all in antiquity, and then you're fine.
Ah.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
Well, Kim and I clearly didn't do that. So now they're bothering us.
Like all the time.
Yes, you're so annoying.
Really? Because
Yeah.
I have to be frank here. I haven't seen a barbarian in a long, long time.
Oh, that's because
Well,
they're
because exactly.
You're
Well,
welcome, Mike. You're welcome.
I mean, I did decimate all of the barbarian hordes, which made me happy as well. But thank you for keeping the world a safe place, Kim and Jen. Really appreciate that.
They are
No
our
worries.
wall against the barbarians.
And Zero Soul says earning $30 or €30 a month by working for Volt, spending €100 a month by working for Volt, balanced as all things should be. Amen. Amen. That's those are beautiful words to live by. I think we can make a good song about that, like a worker people song.
Oh, that would be so nice.
I know. Like maybe the European version of left a good job in his like what's the song again? Rolling on the River. Ah, come on. But then the European version. Proud Jenny Creep. Yeah, Proud Jenny. That's the one. About the steamship, which is also a very interesting song because that's also it kind of ties into our talk from tonight.
I like connections like that.
I know, right? It's a little bridge.
Oh man, men at arms in Singapore.
Wait, you guys are getting paid? I wish. That'd be nice.
Is this like a truth hour in the stream?
I mean, if you want it to be.
I don't know. I'll think about it.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I think everyone here is a volunteer with who has a warm heart towards Volt and its cause and would like to keep contributing to that. That's something I wait, no, I clicked poorly. You clicked poorly. And that was a reference from Indiana Jones.
Ooh, look at you.
Yes, that's an old-timer. Have you seen that movie as of late? It's a bit more difficult to watch than I want it to. I still want it to be as great as I remember it, even though of course it's a thing. But it's very difficult to watch for very, very many reasons.
Draco has proposed a deal.
Maybe it's a secret deal. Now you have to tell though.
Oh, sorry.
It's the best kind of deal in perhaps history.
I have to probably answer your request. Ah, there we go.
Oh, I have a warning from Pericles. Oh, I'm sorry, Pericles. I will look elsewhere in the future. Sure thing.
Oh,
There's no space
okay.
anyway.
Okay, why are you are getting very close, Mike? Where are you going?
What?
Well, I see that like Kish is. By the way, kudos for the name. Getting closer to my cities.
Kish?
Yes.
Oh yeah. No, true. There's a copper mine there I wanted. For sure.
Oh,
Really? There is neither. Like, it's so much better than copper. Why would you found a city just for copper?
I mean,
needs
that's...
it.
I need it. That's literally how the US was built. You know, you find minerals in the ground, you build a city there.
Okay.
It's not something we can do in Europe. So I have a bit of founding envy.
I see.
I found that a very funny joke, and I'm sorry for laughing at my own joke. That's
Oh, that's okay.
I won't make a habit out of it.
Is it okay though? Like, seriously? Okay.
Click,
No.
click. Yes. Is it not okay? I'm sorry, Kim.
I was answering the deal.
Oh, okay.
You said no to my deal. How dare you?
It's not personal. Just sweeten the deal more.
I'm taking it personal now.
Ay, ay, ay.
You were the guy with the Buddhism, weren't you? Let's see.
Zero Soul, just get elected 5-head. Alright, cool. Yeah. Are you actually an elected representative for Volt? That's cool. And Zero Soul is elected in a little town in Hesse, Germany. Hülsenstamm is the name. And he
That's
is
so cool.
Geschäftsführer of the Volt faction. Okay. Wow, cool. That is really cool.
Yes.
Nice.
That's amazing.
That's some Volt representation.
We do like that.
Yes. Get that Volt representation. Also, did you know that that this wasn't here before, but my scout can pet its pet.
Yeah, I saw that
Oh, is that
too.
what it
It's
does?
so cool.
Yes, I saw it too. It's so cute.
Yes.
Like, it
It's-
doesn't do anything for the game, but it's adorable.
Yeah, it is. It
That's
made
how
me
games
really
are
happy.
supposed to be played.
It
I don't
made
even
me
know where
really
my
happy.
scout is. I've lost my scout. It's doing something.
I have like 6 war wagons roaming the continent because there's no use for them at the moment.
We're a very peaceful world.
Exactly.
So far.
Until Mike gets bored.
Is he bored yet?
I'm struggling to click my mouse on the buttons I need to click on, so I'm not bored at all.
Which more it takes forever for things to be built.
Yes, exactly. There's no boredom, there's just frustration. Which honestly
Oh,
does
no.
not...
Crap. Scheiße. No.
What happened?
What
I did a bit of a mistake of sending a settler out on their own.
Ah,
Oh, come
And
on, Tim.
unfortunately, it's just
We are
encounter.
having all these problems with barbarians, and you stand up like settlers on their own. Like,
Yeah.
rookie mistake.
Been a while. Ah, there's the guy. Hello. I was wondering where my scout was. Now I found it. Thank you.
amazing. Hello, little fella.
I completely lost where they were. Okay, go back to automated exploration.
So bad. There we go. And oh, I see problems. Okay. That's a major defeat. I'm not going to do that. Let's see. So actually, who is which color? Actually, I honestly can't tell.
Politically or religion-wise?
Let's start with politically. I want to know. Tell me.
Yeah, well, you are orange. I'm blue. Greece is some kind of weird bluish white.
Yeah.
Russia is brown-white, and
Yeah, Russia is yellow. I am brown white.
oh, you're brown-white. Oh, I don't even see Russia. That's the point. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really like the color system of Civ 6. Did I ever mention that?
No,
Why?
but I remember what kind of game you do prefer, and I'm so sorry, but that just failed so miserably for so many reasons.
Excuse me, Civ 3 is perfect.
Why? Though.
Because the color system is so neatly structured. And also there are no religions.
But you use the religion feature all the time.
Yeah, because it's like a cheating way to win the game, I feel.
Well, you didn't win last time.
Because I dropped out before you started conquering the world.
Okay, is that it?
No.
Again?
Settler.
Here,
This means war.
I'll bring some war wagons. Oh no, war wagons are of the ancient age, and we are now in the feudal age. I think I see a problem. I do remember when Mike was getting religiously colonized some weeks ago. Yes, that was true. It angered me.
That was fun.
Well,
Oh, it was not.
it was, though. Paris was so beautiful that day.
Oh, shut up. Like, this is why I'm not building like a lot of stuff right now, because these cities are fleeting. Like,
Well, we can do like a balance of power kind of game, if that's to your liking more, where we can just start building up, make an arms race. That's fun.
okay.
We haven't done that before, even though that does kind of go against everything that we stand for. If that's really your cup of tea.
Also, I sent you a delegation and you didn't accept it. Like, what is
Really?
up with that?
Well,
Yes.
I can't really click on the buttons, so
Okay.
I clicked on a
What a
button.
lame excuse.
No, honestly, at one point someone offered me a delegation, and then I clicked on your delegation is not welcome for some stupid reason, and I was like, stuff.
That's hilarious.
It was
Oh my
horrible. I would like to sample your hospitality. Thank you. And the game is waiting on me. Well, waiting, schmating. Fun times. Yes, I was being religiously colonized by the Roman Empire. I'm sorry, but that just doesn't make sense,
Of course it does.
Well, I like Jupiter just as much as any other, European. But come on.
Oh, we had a good
No,
time.
you don't. Get back here. I want to kill you guys for what you did.
Ooh, that's scary. That's scary, man. uh,
Oh yeah, I'm doing a religious war against the Orthodox now.
there we go. Come on. Yes. And click the button. Click, click, click. Yes, I managed to click the button. It's so annoying. Anywho's. So, there is a lot more to discuss, of course. It's 11:30 now, but I feel like we can. There's just some things that I still feel are really cool and we haven't talked about. One of the big things that comes to mind is Europe's forgotten history. Right, because we touched upon this a bit briefly before, but it's about what doesn't go into the history books, right? So we talked about a lot of countries not addressing their slavery past, but also the contributions of the non-dominant people in their country right then, right? So do you have some cool stories or examples about that? And what would be the benefit of talking about them a bit more?
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to offering a variety of role models for people to get inspired from. But I mean, what one of the interesting thing is, which I've always find quite fascinating, is, for example, the quite significant presence of Africans during the medieval times, or even during the Renaissance times, or indeed during the Victorian times, which seems very alien to us. We don't think that we had black people in Europe before them, or
Right.
during that particular time, and it's actually not the case. You also have some great writers. Of course, now that I'm thinking about them, I can't think of any of the names, but you have a lot of these kinds of contributions which have been underplayed, or also the contributions to social and civil rights and those types of things.
Right.
So the fact that we don't speak of them, or that we does us a disservice, and of course there's a disservice to those who are lacking in those kinds of role models to inspire them. And inspiration is really important to push us to better things.
Right. Yeah. So this again boils down to the storytelling and the role models, right? Because there's been a huge presence of Africans in Europe, right? The one thing I remember is how many Africans were living in Antwerp during the late medieval period, which is huge. And you don't know that. You really people only seem to think like, that was the
Exactly.
lowlands only lived there, right? And maybe if you're culturally aware, you know that there was a big Jewish population there doing the diamond trade.
Yeah.
But there's a bit more because it was a hodgepodge. Like, especially the lowlands were a very, very multicultural area.
And another thing, which so like other examples as well of when history, like did you know that the only reason why the industrialization really happened was in order to make the cotton trade more efficient, and as particularly to make slaves more efficient. So
Right.
even
Yeah.
the technological ingenuity and a lot of the ages which we take for granted, the only reason that why those ages were possible was because of that interaction between the cultures.
Yeah.
Same for the same for many of the golden ages of our cities. They were very much dependent on the wealth of Africa to make that happen.
Right. Yeah. So, this reminds me to another argument that you hear. Maybe interesting one to address this because this is, of course, a big one. Is slavery in Africa? This is often brought up, right? Europeans aren't the only ones that kept slaves. It also happened in Africa. Um, that kind of story, right? So that's often brought up as an argument. What's the deal with that?
So I mean, clearly there was a time when quote unquote everyone engaged in slavery, and I mean clearly there was some collusion and that type of thing. But I think the difference to be played here is of course the extent of which this happened, the length for which it happened, the entire stories which were built around it as well, the dehumanizing aspect of it. So there are lots of things which are not equivalent, I would say,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't, and clearly neither are excusable. Just because one happened doesn't mean that the presence of it being elsewhere makes it okay. In
Right.
essence, kind of excusing one wrong with another wrong.
Yeah, but why do only Western countries need to do reparations? Right. That would be the logical follow up question there.
I think because it continues to so in I think the difference is, as I mentioned, the extent to which it happens,
Right.
and also the length of it, and also the fact that it continues to happen in many ways.
Yes.
Um, personally, on the reparations front, I don't have an opinion either way. I think actually, I'm not particularly opinionated on that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what would be much more beneficial is figuring out a way in which we can rebalance the cards in a more
Right.
permanent way, in essence. And what can we do to that? Because the reparation, it happens once and then that's it. And then, but you haven't fixed you might not have fixed the structural misbalance which has been created by the situations from before. So I would be
Right.
much more looking at how do we durably fix those types of problems.
Yeah. So the systemic issues that have been brought up by centuries of what's the best word? Exploitation, I guess.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And because of course what needs to be brought into account, I guess, is the fact that um, slavery by Western Europe was industrial. It wasn't tribal, as happened in a lot of African uh, nations. Right. This was the mass factory exodus of entire civilizations to other continents, which was not really a thing before that, I guess.
No. Exactly. And I mean, and it's it's really the scale and the approach to it and the cold-bloodedness of it,
Yeah.
which, like I say, it's a very it took it on a very different level. And also, um, I mean, so I went to I went to the African American Museum, and so the new one, which was built in DC,
Cool.
and it's really very jarring how cold-blooded that whole thing was, where
Yeah.
in the same way that we would find that we find ways in which we can stack as much as possible in container ships, we make sure the products are really fit. Well, they were doing that in the 18th century, but with humans.
Yeah.
So it was like, how do we get as many people into the slave ship as possible? How do we wrap them in such a way that we can fit even more in them? And it's it's like the mindset that is required to get to that is quite something. And I think if we don't recognize that, we do ourselves a disservice. And that's how, unfortunately, many of our ancestors looked at the world. And we can't change that. It happened. It's
Right.
that's But what we need to do is to make sure that we learn from it and that we find ways to correct those mistakes on behalf of the successors and the descendants.
Right.
So I think that's where the reparations discussion then becomes potentially interesting, or at least hopefully it can be one where we can really genuinely redress the misbalances of the past.
Yeah. Right. So that's of course a big thing, which, well, because this is often what you hear, right? And then it boils down to again the question, why is this my responsibility or our responsibility? It happened. Right.
And
That's
yes, it happened. And yes, it's in the past. But because we know it's in the past,
yeah.
let's work together to fix it. Let's work together to redress it. So, okay, you might not have been the one who personally ordered this to happen, but we benefit from the privileges that came from that.
Right.
So we can also make sure that because we've benefited from that, we can find ways to make that shared. In essence, I mean, I think our world will be a better place if all of us find ways in which we can share our wealth better across all of us. Because the more all of us are happy, it's that kind of thing of, if your
Yeah.
neighbor is happy, then you will be happy. So
Yeah, it's
I,
it seems like a sad thing that people are can be so antagonistic to say like, if that doesn't ring true, right?
yeah,
The if I can't be happy, then you shouldn't either, or something
yeah,
like that. Or there's a trade off between yours and mine.
yes, exactly. Like this limited this idea that we have limited resources and therefore I must get all of them.
Yeah. Well, that's something. I do see that a lot of people, a lot of younger people, luckily also a lot of people involved, are very much not in that mindset anymore. That's a very, very hopeful thing to see personally. Do you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. And I do think I hope that have, we do have a generation which is living in a much smaller world through the internet, also
Yeah.
a much more interconnected world as well. I mean, sometimes it can be, it doesn't, sometimes it means that we also look at things in a very shallow way. So we tend to have, when we support a campaign now, it's just we do a Facebook like and we've supported a campaign. Woohoo.
Right.
So there's a certain shallowness sometimes which can happen. But at the same time, I think it also means that we can react much more quickly to injustices and that type of thing. So
Hmm.
going back to our George Floyd kind of example, the fact that we had social media meant that the impact of it globally was much stronger. And I think social media played a huge part in that too.
Yeah.
Um, so I do have hope that also this internet has made us much more interconnected and much more also able to access so much knowledge that we
Right.
didn't have before. So yeah, I'm hoping that all those things will also lead to cool results.
Nice. Yeah. Thank you. So we have I sorry Diegons, but I'll get to your questions now. So first question from Diegons is where's Kim from? Where are you from, Kim?
Um, so I am living in Brussels at the moment. I've been living here for about 20 years, married to a Belgian. I'm a Dutch national, and I am so Dutch national, born in Germany, but only born. So 2 months after I was born, my parents decided that I was better if I would grow up in Paris, in the region of Paris. So I grew up for 10 years in the region of Paris. And then I grew up for 7 years in Silicon Valley, and then ended up in Brussels and spent also a few years in Maastricht as well in the Netherlands. So I'm a true world trotter.
Cool. You have been around. Nice though. Because you also said that this really helped shape your perspective on the world, and
Yes,
made you feel a bit more, made it a bit easier to open up to differences.
exactly. Yeah, and I
Nice.
think also, um, how shall I say? Ooh, I got Galileo. Um, you when you grow up in lots of different countries, and but you're also not from the country, you there's kind of you develop a proximity to the people who you're living with. And when I was growing up in France, I really felt like a little Frenchman, and when I was in the US, I really felt like a European and that type of thing. So there's a certain proximity to the people you live with, and at the same time, you have kind of the luxury, in essence, of also being able to take a step back sometimes when you don't agree with certain things or certain characteristics of the society
Right.
that you are existing in. So that ability to kind of be able to be in but not in, out but not out, kind of thing, was this in my case it was certainly beneficial at times to be able to learn certain things.
Yeah, I can imagine. Cool.
I'm so
And
happy I covered all of my settlers. They have been rescued from these evil barbarians.
the barbarian horde is no longer there.
uh, Jennifer, is it present in your side? They seem to be a bit quiet now.
I see like a crossbowman in Geneva, but let Geneva take care of that. I'm not I'm not going near that.
All right. So, and we have European countries systemically put in place extractive institutions in most colonized lands, as Bob Allen defined them. And Bob Allen is an economic historian. And extractive institutions, that's a good point. Same as China does for resources right now in certain countries. But that is entirely of a different thing, though. Still, it's a bit of a weird conundrum. Anyway, yeah.
I mean,
What?
to add to that one, I mean, Europeans still do it as well. The only difference is that we've privatized it. So a lot of
Yes.
the companies which are extracting all of the mineral ores in DRC Congo, uh,
Yeah.
they happen to be European mining companies. So I think we tend to sometimes accuse China of all the ills when actually we've been the ones doing it just as long and if not worse than the Chinese. So the Chinese are just the new kid on the block, not doing anything different, unfortunately. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Um, and another question is, what do you identify as most? So Dutch, European, Belgian, American. Let's not forget that one.
mm. I would definitely say European, or even I would say increasingly Afro-European. So for a long time, and I think it's an interest. So like my personal experience of what I was talking about, like the importance of role models and that type of stuff, I've had that same experience myself in the sense that for quite a long time, my mother's complicated story with her side of the family, the African side of the family, and the fact that she essentially had to break her family links to that side in order to be able to marry my father, meant that Africa was always a sore story, and also it was a story it was a story that was difficult to be proud of because in the end you don't have those role models, and when you hear about Africa it's always about the people, the famines in Africa, and the fact that there are
Right.
dictators in Africa, and the political instability, and the fact that that continent is never able to get itself on its own 2 feet. So it wasn't necessarily a story that you get to be proud of, which I think in some ways is exactly that kind of internalized discrimination, and why it's so important for the groups to have the battles around Zwarte Piet and around those types of things, because these things mean that their kids can't be proud of their heritage and their origins.
Right.
I'm starting to get past that, so I'm starting to really learn to appreciate what the African side gives and offers to me in terms of perspectives and in terms of the culture and the history and source of pride that it can have. But it took a long time for me to get there.
Right.
So yeah, so increasingly I'm becoming content with calling myself an Afro-European, and who knows, maybe that will be a term in the future.
Eh, I like that term. That's really cool. I never heard it before, so nice one. That's is this getting more common? Like, is this really being brought up, or is this something you?
It's something I invented. No, I think it's being increasingly brought up as ways in which, and also I think like Black Europeans as well. So you have also that
Yeah.
that's being used quite a lot. Um, I think it's probably here. It's probably my African, my American upbringing, which means like it's like you know, Afro Americans, Afro European kind of works.
Nice. Yeah. Cool. Um, and Diegon says, absolutely agree 100% on the role models and ability to have pride in one's origin. I think you kind of need to, though, right? I think everyone either implicitly or explicitly um, needs to have a feeling of groundedness, being able to feel like they have a place in this world and something they can tie themselves onto.
Exactly. Yeah. It's the in French we would say the repère is really
Ah,
important.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that makes perfect sense. Which is also, and this is coming from a place of privilege. It's also something that I never had to think about personally because, of course, I am very much inside of an institution, right? I never really thought that I needed to feel proud of my place, and that's an interesting personal revelation, if I can say that.
Right?
Yeah,
And that's your privilege talking a little bit.
exactly,
Um,
exactly. I
that's
I, I figured.
but it's good that well, there you go. So this conversation has been useful for at least one thing. No, but it's really, and that's the thing that it's how to say it. It's the kind of reflection that those who are in a minority group have to do because they have to there's the pieces of work that you do on your identity, which in order first of all in order to when you when you detect or you discover that you're different from the majority group, so there's already that,
Yeah,
and then discover that you are part of another group and that group has its own customs and that type of thing, and then you have to kind of reconcile your identity there plus your identity with the main group, and that kind of personal work that is done does indeed create a very different kind of relationship to one's own identity.
yeah. I can imagine that. But it makes it richer. That makes it a far richer experience than. Yeah, it sounds like a very big enrichment, if nothing else.
Yeah.
So.
Jennifer, are you doing okay now? Or are you still feeling aggressed?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm building my campuses everywhere. So,
Ah,
Is
some
that
yeah,
You,
education.
you don't mind if I go steal some technologies from you? Yeah.
I will. Are you doing that?
Are you not?
Come on. Come on. Like, I'm working here.
I keep forgetting that that's a thing. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I was doing it to you the last time.
Yeah, I know. That was kind of a hard thing because I put in so much effort to invent
I
like civil service. You know, having the civil service is such a great thing.
I now understand how you felt. I have renewed respect for you.
Thank you. It's about it's about going on in the face of hardship and betrayal from the people you care about.
Yeah.
So Diegons, do you guys also play EU4? I'd like to join a game of that one day. Um, I can't say that I've played it. I know it's really difficult. It looks very interesting though, but I do know that it's often like there are often games that games often played within the full Discord, right? I'm maybe Draco can help me out here.
Certainly true, but I only like joined once or twice because indeed it's an extremely difficult game and you easily drop there 20 hours and really drown in that new universe, so to say. It's really cool, all about politics and conquering stuff. In that sense, sure, as a strategy game similar to Civ, but if you only have like 5 hours available, then better stick to Civ.
Yeah, at one point I would really like to play Age of Empires 2. It's my favorite game. Kim and I talked about it a bit before, but it didn't really pan out for this time, I guess. But that will come.
What to come up with another discussion topic, and then we'll do it.
Oh, I mean, easy.
Talk
Come
about
on.
data protection and
If
privacy.
if you if you really want to, I mean, if you're looking for excuses, you should have just said so because that day is booked by now. You're set and scheduled for next time. um, let's see. Yes, I want to make a forest degrazer. Also, it is 12 o'clock, people. I think it would be important to repeat that this will be the last Saturday that we will do the Twitch stream on, because as of next week we will be doing the Twitch on Thursday. So just for everyone who has tuned in, next Twitch stream will be on Thursday, same time though. Hope to see you then as well. And with that, maybe I don't know how everyone here is, but I could definitely use a little break to get a drink.
That's right.
Yes, a little glass of water would suffice actually.
Yes.
So maybe that's something to do. Is there a way to pause the game, Draco?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
amazing. So with that, I think maybe I'll be back in 2 minutes. But honestly,
I'm lucky. I have the water faucet is just 3 steps away.
I am jealous. So I think I'll be back in 2 minutes, people.
Fantastic. See you then. Planning my new strategy in the meantime, how to conquer the world.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello.
Great to be back. I feel refreshed and ready to go. Oh, yeah. Sometimes I would like to practice my late night radio voice, even though my voice is a bit tired from the hours of talking. So maybe it's a bit more difficult, but hello everyone, this is Late Night Radio with Mike Winkle and Kim Smouters. How are you all doing? I hope you're having a great time. How's that?
I'm loving that. I'm shipping that. We need more of that.
Can I make a request? Can you use your radio voice all the time?
Well, of course I can.
From now on.
Well,
Okay.
It's not that we dislike your normal voice. It's just you sound really cool.
it's
I
really
didn't
difficult.
even go there. Like,
It's really difficult.
really?
Well,
Okay.
because it's a break from my normal voice, but I can try to keep that up. You just have to use my my chest a bit more while talking, which is difficult to keep in tow. At the same time, of course. Oh, also I get really American in my enunciation there.
Try to focus on a British accent, and you no. See
Well,
speak as you
Pip.
want.
Well, Pip. Of course I can. That's not all that difficult though. But at the same time,
Oh bloody hell!
bloody hell, crikey, you might even say. So let's get Australian.
All right. Great. I will end the pause, I guess.
Yes.
For the viewers, maybe you want to switch through the different map modes on the lower left every now and then. I don't know if you do that every now and then, but like, in order to show the religious conquest of Draconism, for instance. Yes. Anyway, I hope to fully annihilate all the Orthodox in the southwest. That's the goal, and we have 2 more minutes in this turn.
Oh God. Are you? I mean, what? Well, I'm impressed.
I don't have Draconism in my cities, only in Kawa.
Oh, I will get there. I will get there.
Okay.
Fine.
Like Kim and me are like, with no religion.
We're
at
just
all.
vibing.
Yeah.
There's is Buddhist.
Well, why are you're not coming to my cities to try to get Buddhism to my cities?
All right.
I would go for that, to be honest.
Why would you do that? If you accept my religion, that'll boost your production. Just saying.
But then you will win the game, so I'd rather
yeah,
go
that's
with
the
Kim's
point.
religion.
So you'll take a hit just out of spite? That's painful to hear.
I'm Italian, so yes.
Right.
All right, I should keep my my radio voice up and running, of course. Well, that's disconcerting to hear, Jen. I do hope that your Italian demeanor will not hurt yourself on the long run.
Oh, it won't.
Also, the Aegons, the European Empire, will use my propaganda voice in the future. Oh no, I really need to get down. I sound like Hank Hill from King of the Hill, which is amazing. I don't know if you've seen that one, but I think I do have a mean accent in that way. So I sell propane and propane accessories.
Oh, whoa! Why Draco denounced Russia?
Because he didn't accept the best deal in history.
Oh,
He wants my great work.
I am shocked. I did not see this coming.
Oh, can I? Jen? First
Yeah.
reaction, shock.
St. Petersburg announces that the offer provided was absolutely unfair. We don't want to give away our great works. They are our national treasure.
Yes, a national treasure of France. That's how things work, right?
No way.
Come on, click.
Clickety
All right,
click.
clickety click click. Let's see. Oh, it's really difficult to keep that up, but I will promise I will promise to keep this up as long as I can.
There's some who might ask you not to.
Why though? I try to.
Is this a part where we're supposed to talk not about cliches?
Oh right, yes. Okay, fine. Fine.
Where do I do this one? Must occupy district or one with a free slot. Well, tell me where he's supposed to go. Ah, 18 turns, 13 turns. Oh my god.
Indeed. Ooh, that's a good spot. Okay. There we go. And Diego says mad Italian sounds. Yes. So, Jen, question to you. Can you explain what I said now with first reaction shock? Because I don't think that's a European-wide meme.
Really? Well, I'm disappointed.
I get that.
Well, basically, we have a former prime minister, Matteo Renzi, that doesn't really speak good English, as well, all Italians. And there's this meme of him, like I don't even remember what he was commenting on, but he starts the sentence with, "Wow, first reaction, shock." And I use that meme all the time, and I got it onto mic,
Yes,
which made me so proud.
it's very funny. The moment I use it is a happy moment in my life. Yeah,
Do you hear it with his voice?
Well, I do. It's
Okay.
burned in my brain.
Amazing.
First reaction, shock, shock. Because he doesn't say shock once, he says it twice. And that makes it
because
all
then
the
it's
better.
like shock because. So he tries to elaborate on his point with his, but he's failing clearly, and it's amazing.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Let's see. Across a stable. Okay. All right. Ooh, that's nice. That's what I need in my life.
What do you need in your life?
Gunpowder, because nothing bad ever came from gunpowder. Yes. And, even better, tobacco. Like, it's the two things that everyone regrets having that has been invented in the industrial, the Renaissance.
I already had tobacco. Sorry.
Yeah, same.
Good for you. Good for you, I guess. Enjoy the tobacco.
We already are. And it's good for your health, right?
So good. You have to chew it, though. Okay, so let's see. Where are we at? Is Draco still trying to conquer the world by prayer? Or
Maybe.
I mean, I feel that Jennifer was upset with me last time because I conquered France, which I get, but I don't see how it's okay for Draco to basically conquer the world religiously and not evoke the same reaction.
Well, my cities still don't have draconism, so I'm okay with that because it's not here yet.
I can only recommend it though.
Uh, oh my god, I see your missionaries already. Can I just
Well,
kill them?
hello there.
Eh? We're under
I.
attack. What are you doing?
Oh my god, what is happening?
Are you all having fun?
Really? Are you starting to attack people?
Me?
No,
No.
she's not. Singapore attacked
Oh,
me.
Singapore.
No, Egypt. The bloody
Oh, that's
Egyptians.
great. That's fun. That's fun.
Oh,
Finally, some action.
No.
fun for whom? Not for Kim. I
Egypt
mean,
attacked. We're at war. No.
oh, this is sad.
Interesting.
Fine. You want war? I'll give you war.
Ominous reactions. Where is this going?
Though.
Okay,
it's
now
Changes the focus now.
if it's war you want, no, you need to
Jennifer,
do that.
is that your city that I'm currently?
yes, I do not want draconism in my cities. Get out. Go
It's
away.
too late. Next turn it's mine.
Now we need to get out of here. Though.
I don't like
Protect
it.
the settlers.
The Settlers. What's with the Settlers? Which is also a great game, by the way.
Oh yeah, I love Settlers 3.
Wow, you do really have a thing for retro games. I do like that one. I'm not allowed to say anything. I played Age of Empires for years and years, and I still do. Although I do play Definitive Edition now with passion. It's so amazing.
I would like to announce that I have theocracy now, and that means I can buy military units with faith. Do you all have faith in me?
Well, I mean, no, but we can also not have faith in you with muskets.
Game is winning on me. That's
Okay,
nice.
so I see that so Mike is between me and France. I would advise you strengthen like your guys, you know, Mike.
I mean, I mean, I'm a peaceful, loving, world people loving, liberal, expansionist, classic era civilization, which has no right to exist at 1200 AD, but sure, the Assyrians.
Okay. Well, take your war cards back home. Like, what are they
Oh my
doing
god.
wandering around?
Well, what do I need from war cards and when I have muskets, you know?
Okay, just take them back. Like, I don't like seeing them when I open my windows in the morning.
Sorry.
This is not good.
Can you imagine waking up waking up the one morning and seeing a war chariot driving by and be like, "Watcha!"
To be honest, it would be hilarious and I would love it.
Authentic war chariot because it's also with donkeys. Oh, they did that well. Oh, that would be beautiful.
It would be.
Oh, also I need to research a new civic. I do feel that I'm a very uncultured kind of civilization.
Well, you are just right before me, and I'm the most cultivated, so.
That's true. You are cultivated. Let's see.
Culture victory, number 1, Greece. Number 2, me.
Oh, come on.
Well, hello
All
there.
right. Hey, Diegons, thank you so much for watching the stream. Have a great evening and good night. Sleep tight.
Sleep tight. Look at that. We're already sharing the same words.
Oh, I feel unity. How
That
about
was
we...
adorable.
Yes, that was really cool. Nice. What am I going to build there? Yes, I feel it is time for that. You're right. You're right, brain. This is a good idea.
Should we be concerned that you're talking to your brain out loud?
No, the thing about that is sometimes you really need some professional input.
Well,
Oh, crap.
I'd like to externalize myself sometimes, you know. That's makes actually for a decent sparring partner for once. There we go. Come on, click. Yes. All right. So let's see. Kim, it's 12:30, almost 12:30 now, and I was wondering, is there some more you'd like to talk about yourself? Let's do some more free ranging. The audience, we're getting into a more into a slower period of the viewing, so we can also lay back a bit. That's really up to you.
Sure. What do you want to know?
Oof. Well, wow, you put me on the spot. Your pin? There's a Dutch commercial. Well, you can know everything about me except for my pin. It's a very old one.
Can I buy that one city here? Sorry. Turning a little bit expansionist here. No, go on, tell us something.
No, nothing you'd like to you'd like to further talk about? Any interesting talking point?
I think we covered. Oh, here's a good one. So, when do we think like that COVID-19 will become a bad memory? Like, I'm really curious. Like, when does the crisis end?
When does the hurting stop? That's a very good question. I think the Netherlands just released a few of their restrictions with the terraces opening up during weekdays, but only on the days like the afternoons, which they do for many obvious reasons, but unfortunately it still feels very painful, and at the same time well, it's a thing with the horeca suffering quite a bit, of course. I do feel that in the Netherlands at least, and some more countries with the restrictions getting loosened up, we're getting into a new phase. So I have my hopes for October, maybe even. And of course it will still be there, but I think that we might see the first actual open society again at that point. What about you?
Yeah, I'm. In Belgium, something happened because we were really slow. And now, actually, the vaccination program seems to be doing pretty well. They announced that they were like at 80% of the over 65, and I think they're at 30% for the under, for kind of like the 18 to 60 category. So
Right.
that's actually not too bad. So yes, I think they were pretty confident that they would kind of have everybody who needed to be vaccinated by indeed September. So I guess October would probably be quite realistic. Um, and I'm really curious to see how much of the kind of the situation that's happened now, how much it will actually, um, what kind of long lasting effect it has, particularly on the kids which are growing up
Yeah.
uh, through it. So I'm really curious kind of what's going to happen there, and whether this is just a fluke or whether there's actually going to be
Oh man,
yeah.
that's a good question. Yeah. So, what are your thoughts, Jen? And
Uh, well, I hope October because it's my birthday, so
That would be amazing.
yeah. Uh, but honestly, I don't know. I don't want to get my hopes up for nothing.
that's fair. That's fair too. Yeah, for sure. And you, Draco?
I kind of expect lots of countries to be very, very slow with their reopening of the borders, which is kind of sad because I kind of need to go to Denmark in June. But yeah, might take some countries longer than expected, and we
Right.
see all these issues in Asia now with some more dangerous mutations than expected that speed up the process in favor of the virus itself way
Yeah.
more. But the thing is, I read something yesterday, I think, that made sense, obviously. Though, of course, the virus adapts to the circumstances and to the, to humans, because we are a major factor by distributing vaccines. And the virus, or any kind of being, basically organism, wants to survive, and its way of surviving would be if it's not harmful to humans anymore, because then we'd stop fighting it, right? So
Yeah.
hopefully that will happen soon enough when a good portion of humanity is vaccinated.
That'd be very nice indeed. Yeah, yeah. You do see people acting out in becoming more rash in their behaviors. People are a bit fed up with it, I feel. Which makes a lot of sense, of course, but still, it's make sure that you're safe and healthy.
Mhm.
Right, that's very important. Don't do weird stuff because yeah, we still need to make sure that everyone gets out here in a well way, in a good way. Um. Anyways, let's see. So, I want to build a theater, but I have no experience with how to build a theater because honestly, I'm a bit of a cultural barbarian here, and I'm so sorry, people. I don't want to destroy my ziggurat for a theater, though. Doesn't feel right. So I'll just buy a new patch of land. Amazing. And there we
Yeah,
go. um,
take that.
how's it going? I hear some passion going on.
I'm waging a war. What does it sound like?
Well, I mean, I thought maybe you were showing someone around town.
With their heads cut off. Yes, I'm showing them around town.
Oh, that's not sweet.
Yes, it's a bit against the theme of the evening.
Well, I mean, it's all this. We did talk about international relations being a bit different of a beast. At any case, I think that with 12:30 we might need to end the stream slow like.
Okay,
And
12:30. You mean like now? Because it is 12:30.
yeah, so maybe let's round it up and maybe start at like end the stream up at 12:45. How's that for everyone?
Yeah, I might
Sure.
have conquered all the other religions by then. We will see.
Aw.
Oh, come on,
Someone
that's not
motivated.
possible.
There are
Don't
only
think.
like 4 Greek ones and 2 Russian ones.
I mean, I have a pantheon. There's something cool about that too.
Um, sure.
In any case, so Kim, thank you so much for joining this stream. It really was a blast, and I really appreciate your candor and your willingness to talk about everything in such a open and constructive way, which is really cool. And I hope everyone, yeah, got something from this.
Fingers crossed. That's
Sorry?
Fingers crossed. That's the most important.
Right? Yeah, that's the thing. um, yeah, I really do appreciate it, and I hope. Oh no, not an aqueduct. Come on, who am I? The Romans? Jeez. Yeah. So thank you so much. So everyone, this is Kim, and Kim is doing his work for Volt. So do you have some closing remarks?
And closing remarks. I didn't realize it was going to be so formal.
No. That's just a lack of proper English or informal English.
And it's also been a great, huge fun. So hopefully you've all learned about kind of what Volt is doing in the space of systemic inclusion and the work that we're doing, and that we're really committed to it, and that hopefully it's encourages you guys as well to join us and to support us in that endeavor, because I think this is something which requires all of us working together to actually make. Even if it shifts a little bit, it will still require a lot of effort and a lot of us all working together. So it's been great, and hope to see the audience soon in some other format, or maybe when we're playing Age of Empires too.
Ooh, oh yeah. Awesome, thank you so much. I think I'm slowly going to close the stream. So for the few viewers that are still watching, be sure to tune in on Thursday. So